What if I told you that the battles you fight inside your mind aren't entirely yours? That some of your thoughts were planted, your shame inherited, your desires programmed, and your sense of self built more from illusion than truth? What if every time you overthink, apologize, compare, hustle, or try to be yourself, you are actually reacting to invisible rules, outdated stories, or wounds disguised as logic? These aren't just theories, they're psychological traps, documented, studied, and disturbingly common. Over the next 4 hours, we'll uncover the patterns that quietly shape your identity, the nostalgia that lies to you, the comfort that cages you, the stillness you fear, and the success you secretly sabotage. We'll explore how the mind convinces you that shame is safety, that failure defines you, that love must be earned, and that being real means burning out. So if you're ready to unravel the unseen architecture of your thoughts, dismantle the reflexes that limit you, and finally see which parts of you were never truly you, tap like, hit subscribe, and step with me into the hidden psychology of the self, where nothing's quite what it seems, and what traps you most is often what feels most familiar. The sunk cost fallacy, staying stuck because you've already invested. Imagine you are walking through a desert carrying a heavy suitcase, not because it holds something essential, but because you've already carried it for miles and now feel obligated to see it through, even though your hands are blistered, your back aches, and every step forward feels like a negotiation with pain. You tell yourself that abandoning the suitcase would make all that effort meaningless. So you tighten your grip, even as the weight slowly erodes your strength, even as it pulls you away from where you actually want to go. And that, right there, is the sunk cost fallacy, the psychological trap that convinces you to honor past investments more than current wisdom, the invisible leash that keeps you tied to failing plans, toxic relationships, dead-end jobs, or lifelong goals that no longer serve who you've become, all because you've already paid, already tried, already spent something you can't get back. And yet, what we so often fail to see is that continuing just because we've already started isn't strength. It's inertia wearing the mask of commitment. It's fear of regret dressed up as perseverance. It's the belief that pain should be worth something, simply because we endured it, even if that belief keeps us shackled to decisions that hollow us out day by day. And this fallacy isn't rare. It's universal, woven into everything from billion-dollar government policies that limp forward long after failure is obvious, to everyday moments like finishing a meal you don't enjoy because you already paid for it, or staying in a relationship that drains you because you've already been through so much together, or sticking to a life path that no longer excites you because you've already spent years chasing it. And in each of these scenarios, the logic is deceptively simple. If you quit now, then everything you've given up until this point will have been for nothing. But here's the truth that hides beneath the illusion. Those costs are already gone, already spent, already unrecoverable, and no amount of clinging to them will bring them back or make them worthwhile if they continue to hurt you going forward. What you're really doing when you stay is not saving the past. It's sacrificing the future. And the real tragedy isn't what you lost getting here, but what you'll lose by refusing to let go. The human mind is wired for continuity. It prefers stories that tie up neatly, endings that justify the journey, arcs where suffering earns redemption. And because of that, we often confuse endurance with success, thinking that staying the course is inherently noble, even when the course leads off a cliff, even when every instinct inside us begs to stop, pivot, or begin again. But psychology shows us that our brains are notoriously loss-averse, meaning we feel the sting of losing something we already own far more intensely than the joy of gaining something new. A phenomenon that colors our judgment so deeply we start making decisions not based on future value, but on past expenditure. This is how casinos keep gamblers pouring money into a losing slot machine, how people keep watching movies they hate just because they're halfway through, how professionals waste years on doomed projects because they can't afford to stop now, even when each added hour brings them further from fulfillment and closer to burnout. And the worst part is This fallacy doesn't feel irrational while you in it. It feels responsible, loyal, even brave, because we've been conditioned to think that quitting is weakness, that stopping is a form of betrayal to others, to ourselves, to the story we've been telling. But what if the bravest thing isn't pushing forward blindly, but recognizing that effort alone is not proof of value? What if wisdom means knowing when to release the things you've outgrown, even if you once bled for them? What if the true cost is not what you leave behind, but what you deny yourself by refusing to walk away? This fallacy infiltrates not just decisions, but identities. It makes you conflate who you are with what you've suffered. Makes you believe that letting go of a pursuit means betraying your past self, when in reality, it's the only way to honor your growth. You start to believe that all those nights you stayed up working, all those years you stayed faithful to a dream, all those sacrifices you made, they need to mean something, or else your story becomes meaningless. But meaning isn't built by clinging to the past. It's shaped by what you choose now. And again, now and now again. Because you are not the time you've lost. You are the time you still hold. And that time asks you, what will you do with it? Will you continue digging a hole, just because you've already sunk so deep? Or will you climb out even if your hands are raw? Even if no one cheers? Even if you're afraid that letting go means you've failed? Because the truth is, every minute you spend in something that no longer serves you is a fresh cost, not a recovery of the old one. And each moment you stay for the sake of what you've already spent is a moment you deny yourself of what you could still become. Like continuing to water a dead plant just because you used your best soil, or repairing a crumbling bridge when the destination no longer matters to you. This is not loyalty. It's self-neglect dressed in noble intentions. And if you don't question it, you'll build your whole life on the ruins of "I've come too far to stop now." But here's the quiet, uncomfortable truth. You don't get that time back. Not by staying, not by trying harder, not by pretending it still works. And the only way to make peace with the past is to stop letting it dictate the terms of your future. That doesn't mean the effort was wasted, or that you were foolish to have tried. It means that you grew, that you learned, that you did the end of something. And now a new chapter demands different choices. The irony is that we often think cutting losses is the same as admitting failure, when in reality, it's how you reclaim agency, how you free up the emotional and mental bandwidth to invest in things that can still flourish. And that mental bandwidth is not infinite. Just like your time, your health, your emotional resilience are not infinite, and the longer you pour them into something broken. Just because you already have, the less of them you'll have left for anything else. And isn't that the real loss? Not the hours, the money, the heart you already gave, but the versions of yourself you'll never get to meet because you kept waiting for the past to become worth it. So if you find yourself still holding the suitcase, still arguing with yourself that it is too late to turn around, ask this instead: is the weight helping you get where you want to go? Or is it just something you're afraid to let go of because you don't want to feel like a fool? Because sometimes the wisest choice isn't to carry forward, but to set it down gently, to say this chapter mattered, but it's over. And to walk into a new direction with empty hands and open eyes. You don't owe your past anything that costs you your peace, and you don't need to finish a journey just because you started it. Some roads were never meant to be completed, only left behind, and no matter what you've already given, the only thing that matters now is what you're still giving, and whether it's building the life you actually want to live, or just preserving the illusion that your past can be redeemed by staying stuck to it. And in that moment, when you finally allow yourself to loosen your grip, to step back, to turn around, you may feel a wave of regret, of grief, of fear, but beneath it all, there will be a strange kind of lightness, a space where something new can begin. Not because you pushed harder, but because you had the courage to stop. The comparison paradox. Measuring yourself against illusions. Imagine walking through a hall of distorted mirrors, each one reflecting a different version of you, taller, thinner, more confident, more broken. And as you move from one to the next, your reflection keeps shifting, twisting not only how you look but how you feel, until you start forgetting what your real shape ever was. And worse, you begin to believe that one of those reflections must be the truth. the standard, the goal. This is the comparison paradox, the quiet but persistent illusion that convinces you your worth exists only in relation to someone else's, that who you are can only be validated by how you measure up against the lives you observe from a distance. Lives that shine brighter, seem happier, look more fulfilled, but are no less curated than those mirrors themselves. And the more you stare into them, the more distorted your own perception becomes. Not because you're vain or weak, but because comparison is a survival instinct gone rogue, a mental shortcut designed to help us learn, adapt, and belong, now weaponized by a world that constantly shows us everyone else's highlight reels, while hiding their pain, their self-doubt, their private collapses behind filtered glass. And without realizing it, you start using these illusions as a ruler against your own life, measuring your progress not by your own values, but by benchmarks set by people whose stories you barely know, whose struggles you never see, and whose appearance of perfection is often nothing more than the mask they're wearing to hide the same insecurities you think are unique to you. You compare your body to strangers on screens, forgetting that lighting, angles, and algorithms lie. You compare your success to people your age who seem years ahead, not realizing that time bends differently for everyone and that growth doesn't follow a schedule. You compare your relationships to the staged affection of online couples, not seeing the fights, the therapy, the silences. You compare your inner chaos to someone else's outer calm and assume you're the only one failing to hold it all together. But in every case, what you're really doing is borrowing someone else's frame and trying to cram your life into it, shrinking or stretching yourself to fit a story that was never yours to live. And the tragedy is not just that this comparison leaves you feeling small, but that it distracts you from the miracle of your own journey, the unrepeatable path you've taken through loss, through healing, through resilience, through becoming. Because the truth is, no one else has had to live your life, not with your brain, your heart, your memories, your circumstances. And yet, you hold yourself against templates built by others, expecting your unique experience to align perfectly with theirs, as if value is universal, as if success is a shape with only one correct silhouette, as if you are less because someone else appears to be more. But value isn't a pie with limited slices. Someone else's beauty doesn't diminish yours, their happiness doesn't threaten yours, their triumph doesn't negate your effort. And yet, your brain evolved in a world of tribes and hierarchy, where being less could mean being left behind. So comparison became a way to ensure safety, belonging, even survival. The problem is, we no longer compare within the small circles of community, but against the entire internet, 1 billion lives simultaneously curated and broadcast, and each one becomes another mirror in that distorted hallway, another benchmark that makes you question whether your slow morning, your small victory, your unfiltered smile is worth anything at all. And so, without choosing it, you begin to internalize the belief that worth is earned through outpacing others, that to matter is to be more, to win, to dominate. But what if that belief is the very thing that steals your peace? What if comparison doesn't motivate you, but fragments you, divides you against yourself, feeding an inner critic that is never satisfied? Because there is always someone, somewhere, doing more, looking better, getting further. And what if chasing that illusion means you never arrive, because the finish line keeps moving with every scroll, every glance, every reflexive thought that says, "Why not me?" You begin to measure your value, not by who you are, but by who you are not. By the job you don't have, the house you don't own, the body you don't inhabit, the love you haven't found, until your entire sense of self becomes defined by absence, by lack, by subtraction. And this isn't just emotionally exhausting, it's cognitively damaging, because constant upward comparison leads to lower self-esteem, higher anxiety, depression, and decision paralysis, making you feel stuck, not because you are incapable, but because every option feels worse than someone else's. Every choice feels like settling. Every effort feels inadequate, and so you hesitate, you stall, you wait for yourself to become the version of you who is finally enough. Only that version never comes, because you've outsourced the definition of enough to a world that profits from your insecurity, from your constant striving, from your belief that the next product, the next milestone, the next transformation will finally make you comparable. But it won't, because comparison is a moving target, and even when you reach it, you'll find someone else ahead, and ahead, and ahead, and ahead, until you forget that you were never meant to run this race in the first place. So, what's the alternative? Is it to stop looking, to live in isolation, to never admire or aspire? Of course not. Comparison, at its best, can inspire growth, reveal possibilities, spark ambition. But the difference between inspiration and self-erasure is in whether you use others as guides or as judges. Whether their light helps you see your own path more clearly, or blinds you into thinking you have none. And maybe the solution isn't to stop comparing, but to become conscious of when you do, to ask, is this helping me grow or just making me shrink? Is this feeding my potential or starving my joy? Am I admiring their view while ignoring my own soil? Because the truth is, no one can live your life better than you can, and no mirror, no metric, no stranger's highlight reel will ever be able to measure the value of the thoughts you've dared to think, the kindnesses you've offered in silence, the strength you've built quietly in the dark, when no one was watching. And when you remember that, you stop needing to win a race no one else is running. You stop needing to justify your place by pointing to others, and you begin to inhabit yourself fully, knowing that your worth was never up for debate. You are not a reflection. You are the source, not a shadow of someone else's story, but the author of your own. And every time you measure yourself against an illusion, you abandon the truth that who you are. Right now, even in your uncertainty, even in your imperfection, is already whole, not because you've reached the same peaks as someone else, but because you've walked a path they couldn't, wouldn't, and didn't. And that path deserves reverence, not revision. So when the mirrors call you again, when the scrolling feeds stir that old ache in your chest, when someone else's success begins to feel like your failure, pause. Not to judge yourself for comparing, but to notice the lie that says your worth must be earned through contrast, that your light only matters if it outshines, that you must become someone else in order to be someone. And when you notice that lie, speak a deeper truth, that you are not here to outpace anyone. You are here to become more fully yourself, to unfold, to evolve, to love, to live. And if comparison doesn't help you do that, it is not your guide, it is your distraction. So look not outward, but inward. Not to shut the world out, but to reconnect with the only measure that was ever real, the quiet alignment between your values and your actions, your desires and your choices, your truth and your courage to live it. And if you must compare, let it be to the person you were yesterday, to the choices that once kept you small, to the fears you've outgrown, to the dreams you are now brave enough to name. And when you do, you'll find that the only race worth running is the one where you return to yourself. Not to fix what was broken, but to remember what was always there, beneath the noise, beneath the mirrors, beneath the illusion, the self you didn't need to outperform, only to reclaim. The inner critic trap, becoming the voice that destroyed you. Imagine waking up each morning to a voice that lives just behind your thoughts. One you didn't invite, didn't build, but one you've learned to obey anyway. A voice that doesn't shout, but whispers in tones. You've mistaken for truth. You're not enough. You should have done more. Everyone sees your flaws, you're failing again. And over time, that whisper becomes your compass, your judge, your closest shadow, guiding your choices, shaping your self-image, rewriting your memories. This is the inner critic, not just a voice, but a presence. A structure in your mind that once began as protection, but hardened into a prison. And the most haunting part is, not that it exists, but that it sounds like you, feels like you, that you've begun to believe it is you, even though it isn't, not really, not originally, because no one is born speaking to themselves with contempt. No child comes into the world with the belief that they are unworthy, undeserving, broken. The inner critic is learned, constructed, shaped like wet clay in the hands of experience. often molded by the very people who were supposed to teach you how to love yourself, often echoing the tone of a parent, a teacher, a sibling, a bully, a system, and slowly, their judgments became internalized. Their conditional approval became the blueprint for your self-talk, until your own mind became your most relentless enemy, and you began to reinforce the bars of your own psychological cage. Psychologists describe this inner dialogue as self-directed speech. And while healthy self-talk can motivate, soothe, and regulate behavior, the inner critic distorts this function, replacing compassion with condemnation. In cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, this is referred to as automatic negative thoughts, and spontaneous, habitual, and usually exaggerated evaluations that undermine your confidence and inflate your guilt. They are often rooted in core beliefs, deep-seated assumptions about the self, like I'm unlovable, I'm a failure, or I must be perfect to be accepted. Beliefs that aren't chosen but inherited, passed down like invisible family heirlooms through interaction, trauma, or cultural conditioning. And once established, these beliefs act like cognitive lenses, coloring your perception, distorting your memory, even warping how you process praise or success. For example, a compliment doesn't land. It bounces off the wall of self-doubt the critic maintains, while a criticism slices deep because it confirms what you secretly feared all along, that the worst thoughts you have about yourself are true. And this is the trap, the closed loop, where the more you believe the critic, the stronger it becomes, and the more power you give it, the more it takes until your entire internal world becomes a courtroom, and you're the defendant, the prosecutor, and the jury all at once. But here's what's even more devastating. Over time, you begin to replicate the critic not just internally, but outwardly. You hold others to impossibly high standards. You become impatient with their imperfections. You start to evaluate their worth, the way you evaluate your own, harshly, conditionally. With detachment disguised as objectivity, the inner critic becomes a lens through which you see the world. And before long, it isn't just a voice in your head. It's your tone with your partner, your posture in meetings, your avoidance of joy, your hesitance to rest, your inability to receive love without suspicion. It becomes the reason you procrastinate, the reason you over-prepare, the reason you shrink when praised and spiral when rejected. And because this voice is so embedded in your identity, you don't notice that it isn't you speaking, but a survival mechanism gone rogue, a structure that once helped you adapt to unkindness by internalizing it so you could anticipate it, avoid it, control it. But what helped you survive once may now be killing your peace. Neurologically, the inner critic is sustained by repeated activation of the default mode network, DDEM, a network of brain regions associated with self-referential thinking, rumination, and future-focused anxiety. When the DMN is overactive, you get stuck in loops, rehashing what you said, imagining how others perceived it, anticipating failure in advance. Over time, these patterns become neuroplastic, hardwired, meaning your brain learns to default to self-criticism, even in neutral or positive situations. And unless interrupted, the critic becomes your mind's background noise. So constant, you stop noticing it's even there. You feel bad, but don't know why. You avoid risks, but think it's just being careful. You burn out, but call it productivity. And all the while, the critic feeds itself with your silence, your agreement, your failure to challenge it. Because the most tragic trick of the inner critic is that it doesn't just insult you, it convinces you it's right. But how do you dismantle something so deeply woven into how you think, feel, and act? Not by shouting over it, and not by pretending it doesn't exist. Rather, by learning to differentiate your voice from its voice. By recognizing that the critic is a script, not a self, a pattern, not a personality. And this starts with awareness, catching the moment when a thought says you're so stupid, and responding not with agreement, but with curiosity. Whose voice is that? Where did I learn to speak to myself this way? What evidence do I have that this is true? And even if you can't silence the critic right away, even if its voice still trembles with authority, That moment of noticing is the beginning of healing, because you can't argue with a thought you mistake for your own. And from there, the work becomes one of rewriting, not just replacing negative thoughts with positive affirmations, but building a new internal relationship, one where the voice that guides you sounds more like a mentor than a warden, more like a healer than a judge, where mistakes are treated as information, not indictments, where rest is allowed, joy is earned without guilt, and progress is measured not by perfection, but by presence. And make no mistake, this work is radical. Not because it's loud or dramatic, but because it violates years of programming that told you self-worth must be conditional, that you must be hard on yourself to be good, that shame is the fuel of improvement. But shame doesn't build, it paralyzes. It shrinks, it silences, and though it may motivate in the short term, it corrodes in the long run, turning you into a high-achieving ghost, someone who gets things done but never feels real, never feels whole. And isn't that the saddest irony? That the voice you believed was keeping you sharp was actually keeping you small, that the standard you thought would elevate you only exhausted you, that the inner critic didn't drive you toward your potential, but fenced you off from it. The truth is, you are not here to be endlessly edited by your own mind. You are not an eternal project. You are a person, a process, a becoming. And the voice inside you should not be an echo of your worst moments, but a companion to your growth. You deserve to speak to yourself the way you would to someone you love in their most vulnerable hour, not with flattery, not with denial, but with grounded, fierce compassion. Yes, you made a mistake, and you're still worthy. Yes, you could have done better, and that doesn't mean you're broken. Yes, there is room to grow, and that growth begins with understanding, not punishment. Because the only way to quiet the inner critic is to stop feeding it. And the food it craves most is your agreement. So the next time that familiar voice returns, the one that tells you you're falling behind, that you're failing, that everyone sees through you, pause, not to fight it, not to flee it, but to ask, is this voice helping me become who I want to be? Or is it just the voice of someone I once feared, still echoing in my bones? And if it's the latter, you have permission to let it go, to outgrow it, to choose a different script, because becoming the voice that destroyed you is not fate, it's a habit. And habits can be broken, patterns can be rewritten, inner landscapes can be rebuilt, and the silence that remains when the critic fades, that's where you'll hear something new, your real voice, your first voice, the one that was there before fear taught you to whisper, to doubt, to hide. That voice may be quiet now, but it is waiting, and the day you choose to listen to it over the critic is the day you begin, finally, to come home. The self-worth contingency, valuing yourself only when you're winning. Somewhere, along the line, you were taught, quietly, consistently, that love must be earned, that worth is something you perform into existence, not something you carry by nature. And so you began to measure yourself by the scoreboard, by the grade, by the promotion, by the praise, until every success became a momentary relief and every failure a personal collapse. Not because the world demanded perfection from you, but because a small voice inside you whispered that if you weren't winning, you weren't worthy, that your value depended entirely on your output, your image, your ability to stay ahead of the invisible curve. And this is the cruel architecture of self-worth contingency, a psychological trap in which your sense of self is not anchored in being, but in doing, not in your inherent humanity, but in your latest achievement, where the moment you stop achieving, you feel yourself begin to fade, as if you are only visible when admired, only lovable when productive, only real when victorious. And what's more, you may not even recognize that you're in this trap, because it wears the disguise of ambition. It mimics motivation. It masquerades as discipline. But underneath it all is a brittle self that only feels safe when it's succeeding. A heart that can't rest unless it's being validated. A mind that confuses approval with identity. And in this confusion, you start chasing excellence, not for growth, but for survival. Psychologically, this phenomenon is well documented. It's known as contingent self-worth, a state in which your self-esteem is dependent on external outcomes, particularly in domains like appearance, achievement, approval, or control. And when those outcomes are favorable, you feel a surge of identity and pride. But when they falter, even briefly, the entire structure of who you believe yourself to be begins to tremble. Researchers have found that people with high levels of contingent self-worth often live with a chronic sense of anxiety, not because they're incapable or underperforming, but because they never feel secure in their own value. It always feels negotiable, always one failure away from crumbling. This creates a cycle of perfectionism, burnout, and shame, where even success becomes hollow because it doesn't bring peace. It only resets the clock on the next performance. And worse still, it creates an internal world where self-love feels unsafe, undeserved, even fraudulent, if it's not backed by results. So you withhold kindness from yourself, unless you've earned it, like rationing water in a drought, always believing the next win will be the one that finally lets you rest, lets you feel whole, lets you be enough. But what this belief system fails to account for is the cost. The emotional erosion that occurs when your sense of worth is treated like a currency, always fluctuating, always at risk, when rest becomes guilt, when joy becomes conditional, when mistakes become verdicts rather than lessons, and you start to notice the subtle signs, how you struggle to accept compliments unless they're tied to a specific output, how you panic at the thought of slowing down, how your identity feels hollow during moments of stillness. Because if you're not producing something measurable, you fear you're not producing anything valuable at all. And this mindset doesn't just harm your well-being, it distorts your relationships. Because if you only love yourself when you're winning, you may find it hard to believe that others could love you when you're not, which leads to imposter syndrome, emotional isolation, and a constant need to prove, to perform, to prevent anyone from seeing the version of you that hasn't earned affection. This isn't ambition, it's a form of psychological scarcity, and its origins often lie in childhood environments where love was conditional, where praise came only with good behavior, where success was rewarded, but struggle was met with silence or shame, where failure wasn't normalized but pathologized. And over time, you internalized the idea that love and validation must be bartered for, that entity must be justified with performance, that rest is only allowed once you've outrun your inadequacy. And even if no one around you enforces that rule anymore, you do unconsciously, automatically, cruelly, and so you keep running, not towards something meaningful, but away from the unbearable idea that without success, you might be nothing. But here's the paradox. The faster you run, the emptier you feel, because nothing you achieve will ever feel like enough, when your definition of enough keeps moving with each milestone, each goalpost, each new person to compare yourself to. Cognitively, this creates a distorted feedback loop. Your brain starts to associate success with temporary relief, and failure with existential threat. And because the dopamine of achievement fades quickly, while the sting of failure lingers, you become addicted to the chase, to the pressure, to the illusion that the next victory will finally fix the feeling. But it never does. Because the wound isn't in your results, it's in the belief that your worth is conditional. And as long as that belief remains unchallenged, no level of success will satisfy you for long. You'll overwork, overachieve, overprove, and still feel like an imposter, still feel like a fluke, still feel undeserving of real rest or unconditional love. And that's not just exhausting, it's unsustainable, because a self built only on winning cannot withstand the inevitability of loss. So what's the way out? How do you begin to untangle your identity from achievement, your value from validation? It starts, not with grand declarations, but with small, radical acts of self-recognition. Allowing yourself to feel proud, even when the outcome isn't perfect. Speaking to yourself with kindness when you fail. Noticing when your inner voice says, "You don't deserve to feel good about this." And answering with, "Actually, I do. Because effort counts. Because I count." It means learning to feel whole on ordinary days, to reclaim value in rest, to say, "I'm enough." Not because of what you've done, but because you are here, alive, trying. And that trying, that honesty, that presence, is already more than any scoreboard can measure. And yes, it takes practice. It takes time to dismantle the inner architecture of conditional worth. But each moment you choose self-compassion over self-punishment is a moment you weaken the lie that says you must be exceptional to be enough. Because you weren't born thinking you had to earn love. That idea was given to you, taught to you, reinforced until it felt like truth. But it's not truth. It's a strategy you learned to stay safe in a world that confused achievement with acceptance. And like any learned strategy, it can be unlearned, replaced, rewritten. You can begin to build an inner world where your worth is not a reaction to results, but a foundation for resilience, where you can fail and still feel whole, succeed and still stay grounded, rest and still feel worthy. And this doesn't mean abandoning excellence. It means reclaiming your right to exist without constantly justifying it to be seen, held, valued in all your forms, tired, trying, triumphant, or in transition. So the next time you hear that voice, the one that says, "You haven't done enough today to feel good about yourself," pause, not to argue, but to notice. That's not your truth speaking, that's your training. And you have permission to stop measuring your life in output, to stop treating your heart like a ledger, to stop believing that rest must be earned or love must be deserved. Because worthiness isn't something you acquire. It's something you uncover beneath the rubble of expectation, beneath the wreckage of performance, beneath the stories that told you only winners matter. And when you begin to live from that deeper knowing, you become unshakable. Not because you'll never fall again, but because falling no longer threatens who you are. The fear of success paradox. Sabotaging what you secretly want. You spend your whole life climbing a mountain, only to realize that what terrifies you most is not the fall, but the summit. Because standing at the edge of your own potential means facing a kind of exposure that success never warns you about. The spotlight of expectation, the pressure to maintain, the fear that once you arrive, you'll lose everything. Or worse, be revealed as unworthy of it. And so you self-sabotage not because you're lazy, unmotivated, or incapable, but because your nervous system doesn't feel safe with expansion, because some part of you is more comfortable with striving than arriving, more familiar with disappointment than fulfillment, more equipped to survive failure than to digest joy. And that's the hidden paradox of the fear of success. You want it, deeply. But some part of you has learned to flinch when things go right, to doubt ease, to brace for loss, to sabotage the very things you've worked hardest for. Not because you don't desire them, but because you don't trust what comes after them. Because success demands visibility, vulnerability, and identity, shifts that the fearful mind is unprepared to carry. Psychologically, this fear is rooted in what is known as approach, avoidance conflict, a mental tug of war where the same goal holds both reward and threat, where moving closer to what you want also brings you closer to what you fear, and the brain, ever loyal to your survival, begins to associate achievement not with peace, but with danger, the danger of responsibility, of public scrutiny, of increased pressure, of being seen in ways you can no longer control. And so it creates friction, resistance, invisible breaks. You don't even notice at first. Missed deadlines, chronic procrastination, self-doubt, masked as perfectionism, emotional withdrawal, and rationalizations that sound like humility, but are actually avoidance. And what's most deceptive is that this sabotage often wears the face of reason. I'm not ready yet. It's not the right time. I don't want to get too big too fast. But beneath those words lives a deeper script, one that whispers, if you succeed, they'll expect more. If you shine, you'll become a target. If you're happy, you'll have more to lose. And these scripts don't appear randomly. They are often written early, in environments where success came with hidden costs. Perhaps you were praised only when you performed perfectly, or loved more when you achieved, or envied, resented, or isolated for your wins. Maybe you watched others rise and fall, and concluded that elevation always leads to exposure, that joy is fragile, that being visible is dangerous. Maybe every time you got close to something good, it was taken away. So now you pull away first, as a preemptive strike against disappointment. And so success, rather than feeling like safety, feels like a gamble. Because your unconscious mind has equated visibility with judgment, achievement with abandonment, growth with instability. And this is not a failure of ambition. It's a byproduct of unresolved fear, of nervous systems shaped by inconsistency, of dreams colliding with trauma and leaving confusion in their wake. But even more complex is what success demands of your identity. It asks you to become someone new, to expand your self-concept, to embody a version of yourself that you've only glimpsed in flashes. And that kind of metamorphosis can feel disorienting, even threatening, to the parts of you still clinging to old stories. I'm the underdog. I'm always the one who tries hard but never gets picked. I'm not meant for greatness. And when success begins to rewrite those stories, the ego resists. Not because it doesn't want better, but because it fears the death of the familiar. And so you find ways to delay, to shrink, to sabotage. Not because you're weak, but because you are grieving the version of you that believed struggle was your only script, that believed ease meant danger, that believed visibility meant rejection. And unless you confront those inner contracts, those inherited beliefs, you'll continue to see every opportunity through the lens of threat rather than gift. This fear is particularly insidious because it masquerades as humility, caution, or realism. But its fingerprints are clear. The job you don't apply for, even though you're qualified. The relationship you distance from just as it begins to feel safe. The project you never quite finish. The compliment you deflect. The comfort you reject because some part of you still believes that pain is more honest than peace. And beneath all of it is a core fear. What if I get everything I want, and I'm still not enough? What if success doesn't fill the void? What if the applause feels hollow? What if I lose myself in the shine? And so you stay small. Not because you love smallness, but because you've been taught that expansion is unsafe. That power corrupts. That joy is suspicious. That fulfillment is fleeting. But that teaching was never yours to begin with. It was inherited, absorbed, and now it is outdated. To untangle this, you must first name it, not as failure or laziness, but as a trauma-informed survival response. Your mind protecting you from perceived threats it doesn't realize are outdated, and from there, you begin the work of expanding your window of tolerance for goodness. Learning to sit with success without flinching, to hold joy without apology, to speak your truth without retreating. It means acknowledging that visibility will never be free of risk. But that risk does not mean danger. It means growth. It means trusting that you can carry success without losing your soul, that you can thrive without betraying your past, that you can shine without dimming anyone else. And most of all, it means healing the wound that taught you. You're only safe when you're small, because success, when grounded in authenticity, is not a threat. It's a homecoming. And your fear is not a verdict. It's a doorway. An invitation to meet the parts of you still living in the past, still hiding in the shadows, still waiting for permission to take up space. And the paradox is this: the very success you fear is the soil in which your deepest healing can take root. Because every time you allow yourself to be seen, you prove to your nervous system that safety and visibility can coexist. Every time you receive praise without flinching, you rewrite the story that says love is conditional. Every time you show up fully, you reclaim the self that learned to survive by shrinking. And over time, fear softens, sabotage dissolves, and success no longer feels like a threat to your integrity, but a reflection of your wholeness. So the next time you feel yourself pulling back from something good, not out of discernment but out of dread, pause, not to push through but to listen. What part of you believes success is unsafe? What story is being triggered? What cost are you imagining? And then gently remind yourself that you are no longer that child who was punished for joy, no longer that teen who had to hide their excellence, no longer that adult who believed their worth came only through struggle. You are allowed to win without apologizing, to rise without betraying your roots, to thrive without waiting for something to go wrong. And the more you embrace this truth, not as a mantra, but as a nervous system reality, the more you will find that success is not the enemy of safety, but the container for your becoming. The happiness trap, trying to be happy, makes you miserable. They told you happiness was the goal, the pinnacle, the North Star of your existence. And so you chased it like a mirage across the desert of your days, always running, always thirsty, always a few steps behind the promise of joy. But what they never told you is that chasing happiness too hard can hollow it out, that turning happiness into a task can turn your life into a performance, and that when joy becomes something you're supposed to feel, it stops being something you actually do. Because the paradox is this: the more desperately you try to be happy, the more aware you become of your unhappiness, and the more unhappy that makes you feel. And so you enter the happiness trap, a psychological spiral where the pursuit of positive emotion becomes a source of chronic dissatisfaction, where smiling becomes a mask, positivity becomes pressure, and every moment of sadness feels like failure, not because life is broken, but because your expectations of it are. Psychologists call this the paradoxical effect, or more formally, ironic process theory, where trying too hard to achieve a mental state actually makes it less attainable. When you tell your mind, be happy, it starts scanning for evidence that you're not, spotlighting every discomfort, amplifying every doubt, making you hyper-aware of your emotional state in a way that robs you of presence. And this hyper-monitoring leads to a kind of existential claustrophobia, where you're not just feeling something, you're constantly judging it, evaluating it, trying to manipulate it into something shinier, more acceptable, more Instagrammable. And because genuine happiness often arrives unannounced, through presence, not pressure, this control reflex becomes the very thing that blocks it, like squeezing a soap bubble until it bursts in your hands. Worse still, we live in a culture that doesn't just promote happiness, it demands it. Advertisements, social media, even self-help books constantly scream, choose joy, good vibes only. Happiness is a decision, as if grief is a personal failure. Anxiety, a lack of discipline. Depression, an attitude problem. And in this environment, emotional honesty becomes radical. Sadness becomes taboo, and mental health becomes just another performance. Because if you're not smiling, you're not trying hard enough. But real life is more complex, more chaotic, more cyclical than any motivational slogan. And by treating happiness as a destination, rather than a byproduct, we've made it into a task, a competition, a moral obligation, one that breeds guilt when you're low, shame when you're struggling, and confusion when you're not sure what you feel. This pressure leads to something called toxic positivity, the insistence that no matter how bad things are, you must find the silver lining, the lesson, the upside. Which sounds kind, but often silences pain, invalidates struggle, and isolates people in their suffering. It teaches you to smile when you're breaking, to say, I'm fine when we're drowning, to suppress rather than express, until your emotional world becomes a theater, your feelings an audience, and yourself a character playing the role of happy person, even when you're falling apart backstage. And over time, this dissonance creates burnout, disconnection, and depression disguised as effort. Because pretending to be okay is exhausting, and the more you fake happiness, the less you feel connected to your actual self. And beneath this, all lies an evolutionary truth. You weren't designed to be happy all the time. Your brain evolved not to maximize joy but to ensure survival, to scan for threats, to remember pain, to predict danger. In fact, negativity bias is hardwired into your neurology, making you more sensitive to loss than gain, more reactive to fear than pleasure. And this bias isn't a flaw, it's a feature, a tool that kept your ancestors alive. But in a modern world where physical threats are rare and psychological comparisons are constant, this ancient survival software becomes maladaptive. It fixates on what's missing, what's wrong, what could go badly. And when you try to override this system with forced happiness, you create an internal war, one part of you screaming, be grateful, while another whispers, something's not right. The solution isn't to abandon happiness. It's to redefine your relationship with it. Instead of treating it as a permanent state, begin to see it as a fleeting experience, a visitor rather than a resident, a cloud that passes rather than a sky that stays. Allow yourself to feel it when it comes and release it when it goes. More importantly, expand your emotional range. Make room for melancholy, anger, boredom, and grief, not as enemies of happiness, but as part of the same emotional ecosystem. Because the more fully you allow yourself to feel everything, the less obsessed you become with feeling only one thing. And in that paradox lies the freedom. When you stop demanding happiness, it returns to you unforced, unfiltered, and real. This is the essence of acceptance and commitment therapy. A psychological approach that teaches not to eliminate negative feelings, but to accept them, while committing to meaningful action. Studies show that people who embrace emotional flexibility, not avoiding pain, but allowing it, report higher well-being over time than those who pursue positivity obsessively. It turns out that happiness isn't about suppressing sorrow. It's about making space for all of you, the doubts, the dreams, the contradictions, the complexities. And when you stop measuring your life by how good you feel, and start measuring it by how fully you live, you discover a richer kind of joy, one that includes heartbreak, failure, and uncertainty, not as detours from happiness, but as contributors to it. Because real happiness is not euphoric, it's grounded. It doesn't always smile, it often breathes. It lives in moments of alignment, not achievement in inner congruence, not outer appearance, in being present with what is, rather than constantly craving what could be. And ironically, this deeper happiness often emerges in the absence of trying. In moments when you're simply present, engaged, connected, watching a leaf fall, laughing with a friend, listening to music that moves you, doing work that matters, not to impress, but to express, not to be happy, but to be alive. So the next time you catch yourself thinking, "Why am I not happier?" Pause, ask instead, "Who told me I'm supposed to be happy right now?" A childhood belief, a social feed, full of curated smiles. And then gently return to your breath, to your body, to your actual moment, and allow whatever is there to exist without needing to fix it, because feelings are not problems to be solved, they're signals to be heard. And when you stop making happiness the goal, you free yourself to experience a much deeper peace. One that doesn't depend on circumstances, approval, or perfect days, but on wholeness, presence, and truth. The happiness trap loses its grip the moment you realize you don't have to feel good all the time to live a good life. You just have to feel. You just have to live, and let happiness be what it was always meant to be. Not a prize you earn, but a companion that sometimes walks beside you, sometimes lingers in your shadow, and sometimes arrives quietly when you've stopped searching. The isolation feedback loop, believing you're alone, so you withdraw. There's a moment, maybe in a crowded room, maybe under a quiet sky, where you feel a silence no one else seems to hear, a hollow between your ribs that no conversation can quite reach. It doesn't matter how many people are near, how many voices fill the air, because something inside you whispers, you're still alone, and that whisper is the beginning of a loop. Subtle, self-reinforcing, and deeply human, where the very feeling of loneliness becomes the reason you pull away, where you start to believe that your isolation is not just a mood, but a truth, a verdict, a permanent condition. So you withdraw a little, then a little more. You cancel one more plan. You retreat into the cave of your mind, convinced no one really understands you anyway. And soon that belief becomes your lens, shaping every interaction, every silence, every missed call, until you're not just alone, you're alone and convinced you're meant to be. Psychologists call this pattern the isolation feedback loop, a self-perpetuating psychological cycle where perceived social disconnection leads to behaviors that create more disconnection. It's not that people push you away, it's that your brain, in trying to protect you from more hurt, starts interpreting neutral or even positive social signals as threats. Maybe someone doesn't text back right away, and your mind says, they're tired of you. Maybe a conversation feels a bit off, and your brain whispers, you're too much, you always are. These interpretations aren't facts, they're filters, distorted by fear, shaped by memory, and hardened into conviction. Over time, the loop tightens. You feel alone, so you act alone, which makes you feel more alone. And slowly, the world shrinks. Not because it abandoned you, but because you started to ghost it first. The roots of this loop often go deeper than the present. Many who fall into it carry early experiences of emotional neglect, rejection, or exclusion. Maybe you grew up learning that your needs were inconvenient, that your emotions were too loud, that vulnerability made you weak or burdensome. Maybe you were the quiet one, the weird one, the sensitive one. So you built walls before others could build distance. And while those walls may have once protected you, now they serve as barriers that keep out not just pain, but also love, connection, and healing. The brain, shaped by such early imprints, becomes a hypervigilant machine, constantly scanning for signs of abandonment, interpreting ambiguity as hostility, and mistaking solitude for safety. What makes the isolation feedback loop especially difficult is that it's invisible while you're inside it. You start to interpret every social moment through a lens of threat. A friend's busy schedule feels like rejection. A delayed reply becomes proof of your unworthiness. Even kindness can feel suspicious, like pity rather than genuine interest. Your nervous system becomes attuned to relational danger, not harmony. You're not just socially anxious, you're relationally guarded, carrying a quiet armor into every interaction, hoping for closeness, but prepared for collapse. And the cruel twist is that the more you want connection, the more you fear its potential for pain. So you distance preemptively. You shut down before others have the chance to. This isn't weakness, it's protection, but it comes at a cost. Over time, your isolation doesn't just shape your emotions, it begins to shape your identity. You start to believe that you are inherently disconnected, that intimacy is for others, that community is a foreign language your soul forgot how to speak. You convince yourself that needing others is a flaw, that independence means never reaching out, that asking for support is a burden. And so the loop deepens, not just psychologically, but existentially. You begin to forget what it felt like to be fully seen, to be mirrored by someone who truly listens, to laugh without defense, to cry without apology. You become fluent in silence, mistrust, and emotional self-containment. But this loop isn't a life sentence. It's a story, a powerful, painful story, but not the only one available to you. The first step to breaking it is naming it, recognizing that your solitude might not be a reflection of reality, but a reflection of old wounds, outdated defenses, and misread cues. Studies in neuroscience have shown that prolonged loneliness literally alters brain function, especially in the regions responsible for social cognition and empathy. This means your brain might actually be misinterpreting benign social signals as rejection, not because they are, but because your system has been trained to expect hurt. Knowing this changes the game. It means your loneliness isn't proof that you're broken. It's proof that your nervous system is trying to protect you, using old maps that no longer fit the terrain. To shift this, you don't need to become an extrovert. You don't need to flood yourself with forced socialization. What you need is safe, slow reconnection, a single honest conversation, a small vulnerable moment, a message sent without expectation, an act of kindness without performance. You begin to rewire the loop, not by jumping into the deep end, but by dipping your toe into moments of genuine presence. You let yourself be seen, a little. You show up, even when it's uncomfortable. You risk the possibility that not everyone will leave. And gradually, your nervous system learns that connection isn't always followed by pain, that sometimes it's followed by warmth, understanding, and resonance. It's also vital to shift your internal dialogue. That voice inside, the one that says you're unlovable, too strange, too broken, that voice is not yours. It's an echo. It came from somewhere. A parent who didn't know how to nurture, a friend who betrayed your trust, a society that shamed your sensitivity. It is not your truth, and the more you question it, the more you can replace it. Instead of, they don't care, try, maybe they're just tired. Instead of, no one understands me, try, maybe I haven't shown them who I really am. Instead of, I'm destined to be alone, try, Connection is a skill I'm still learning. These aren't affirmations. They're reframes, gentle reminders that the loop isn't reality, it's a habit. And with each reframing, each small step toward openness, the loop begins to loosen. Your world becomes a little wider. You begin to feel glimmers of belonging, not from being surrounded by people, but from being authentically connected to just a few. You remember that it's not about being liked by many, but being known by a few. You remember that intimacy isn't intensity, it's consistency. And most importantly, you remember that even in your loneliest moments, you were never fundamentally alone, only momentarily cut off from the signal of connection your nervous system was still learning how to tune into. So the next time you feel that hollow ache, that creeping sense that no one understands you, pause. Ask yourself, am I alone, or am I just believing a story I've told myself too many times? And what would happen if I dared to reach out anyway? Not with perfect words, not with rehearsed confidence, but with the quiet bravery of someone who still hopes. Despite it all, you may be surprised by what reaches back. Not everyone will, but someone might, and that single thread of connection might be enough to start untangling the loop, to remind you that your aloneness was never a flaw. It was a signal. And now, maybe for the first time, you're ready to respond to it with something other than retreat. The emotional detachment paradox. Caring less hurts more. You told yourself it wouldn't matter, that you'd care less next time, that you'd be smarter, colder, more protected. You made that quiet promise after the betrayal, the rejection, the disillusionment that carved its name across your ribs. From now on, no more emotional risk, no more softness that can be turned against you, no more wide open heart with no exit plan. And so you withdrew, not physically perhaps, but emotionally. You stopped showing your real feelings. You started laughing in the spaces where truth once lived. You replaced vulnerability with irony, connection with control, longing with logic. And for a while, it worked. You hurt less, or at least, you thought you did. But something unexpected happened. The more you pulled back to protect yourself, the more something in you began to ache. Not with the sharp pain of heartbreak, but the dull, chronic ache of disconnection. And that's the paradox of emotional detachment. The less you allow yourself to feel, the more you end up suffering. This isn't just poetic observation, it's measurable psychology. Emotional detachment, often seen as a coping mechanism, is the brain's attempt to shield itself from anticipated pain. Whether born from trauma, neglect, rejection, or chronic invalidation, emotional numbing becomes a form of internal anesthesia. It dampens the highs, so the lows won't destroy you. But the human nervous system wasn't built for half-life experience. When you block out pain, you also block out joy, creativity, depth, and meaning. Neuroimaging studies show that when emotional suppression becomes habitual, it reduces activity in the brain's reward centers. Not just during sad moments, but even during potentially happy ones. It dulls the entire spectrum of human experience. And the cost of that numbing isn't neutrality. It's quiet despair, apathy, loneliness, and an inability to connect, not just with others, but with yourself. Over time, you don't just suppress emotions, you start distrusting them. You begin to believe that feeling deeply is the problem, that love is just a prelude to abandonment, that caring is a liability. You confuse detachment with strength, mistaking emotional shutdown for maturity, resilience, or wisdom. But this kind of detachment doesn't make you untouchable. It makes you unreachable. It turns relationships into transactions, moments into performances, and conversations into data exchanges. You become present in form but absent in essence. People may sit beside you, laugh with you, even love you, but you're watching it all through frosted glass, never quite inside, never fully home, and eventually, that absence begins to ache more than the pain you once tried to avoid. This paradox is most obvious in intimate relationships. You try to protect yourself by being less invested. You keep one foot out the door, one emotion in reserve, one truth unspoken. But this half-presence sends a message, I'm not really here. And in response, others pull back. They feel your guardedness and match it. The connection weakens, conflicts go unresolved. affection becomes performative. Then the very distance you feared is created, not by them, but by your own defense. And when it all falls apart, you tell yourself, "See, I was right not to care too much." But it's not proof of foresight. It's evidence of prophecy. Your fear created the thing you feared most. Because emotional detachment isn't protection from loss, it's the slow guarantee of it. What's even more insidious is how normalized emotional detachment becomes in modern life. In a culture that glamorizes independence, irony, and control, expressing raw emotion is seen as weakness. You're expected to stay calm, be efficient, suppress tears, laugh things off. Don't be so sensitive, they say, as if sensitivity is a design flaw. But sensitivity is not weakness. It's a biological amplifier for connection. Emotional depth isn't fragility. It's the infrastructure of empathy. And when we're taught to suppress that depth, we start to live in emotional poverty, mistaking numbness for peace, when in fact it's just silence where music used to be. Some people enter detachment unconsciously. Others choose it deliberately, often after trauma. For example, avoidant attachment styles, formed in early childhood when emotional needs were ignored or punished, can result in lifelong emotional distance. It's not that you don't feel, it's that you learned not to show it. You internalized that your feelings were either irrelevant or dangerous, and so you became fluent in withdrawal. But this wiring, while understandable, is not immutable. The brain is plastic. The heart is not irreparable. You can learn to feel again, to trust again. But first, you must recognize that caring is not your enemy. In fact, it's your bridge back to the world. Relearning emotional connection begins with curiosity, not judgment. When you catch yourself pulling away emotionally, ask, what am I protecting? What am I afraid will happen if I stay open? Often, you'll find the answer isn't rejection, but the memory of rejection, not abandonment, but the ghost of it. And here's the key. You're not in that old story anymore. You're here, now, in a moment where new endings are possible. Start small. Share one thing you wouldn't normally share. Tell someone what you feel, not what you think. Let someone comfort you without apology. Cry without explanation. Celebrate without shrinking. Relearn the native language of your nervous system, emotional presence. In relationships, the antidote to detachment isn't intensity. It's honesty. You don't have to pour your soul out every day. But you do need to show up fully, to let others meet the real you, not the edited version you present for safety. Vulnerability is not recklessness. It's an invitation. And yes, it carries risk. But so does detachment. So does silence. So does never being known. And if you wait until it feels completely safe to care, you'll be waiting forever. Because caring is always a leap. But it's also the only way to build anything real. Even with yourself, emotional reconnection is critical. Stop intellectualizing every feeling. Stop analyzing your emotions into submission. Just feel them. Write them down. Sit with them. Don't rush to solve them. You don't need to fix everything you feel. You just need to feel it. That's how pain becomes wisdom. That's how joy becomes vivid. That's how numbness turns back into life. And when it hurts, because sometimes it will, remind yourself this pain is not a problem. It's proof you're alive again. And that's the great irony. The thing you thought would protect you, detachment, was quietly wounding you. The thing you feared, caring, was the only path back to wholeness. Because the cost of caring is pain, yes. But the cost of not caring is much worse. It's the absence of meaning, the erosion of intimacy, the quiet despair of a heart that no longer believes in its own worthiness. So if you want to feel less pain, don't care less, care better, care wisely, care fully. Care with the knowledge that feeling is not a liability. It's your compass, your signal, your invitation to belong to something larger than yourself. So the next time you find yourself pulling away, going numb, pretending it doesn't matter, pause, ask yourself, am I really safer here, or just quieter? Am I protected, or just hidden? Because caring doesn't make you weak, it makes you human. And sometimes, being human hurts. But it also heals, and that healing can only begin when you stop trying not to feel and start daring to feel more. The spotlight of shame, reliving embarrassment endlessly. They say time heals, but shame has its own calendar. It doesn't move forward, it circles back, not like a memory, but like a curse you never broke. Like a spotlight that follows you long after the stage has emptied, long after the moment has passed, long after anyone else remembers what happened. And yet, you remember, in excruciating detail, the misplaced word, the awkward silence, the look on their faces. It's as if a projector lives in your mind, playing your lowest moments on repeat, freezing you inside a moment everyone else walked away from. But here's the strange truth. You're not haunted by what happened. You're haunted by what you think it meant about you, because shame doesn't just say you did something wrong. It whispers, you are something wrong. And that whisper grows louder in the dark, when no one else is watching, when your defenses are down, and suddenly you are 13 again, or 25 again, or just last week again, reliving an embarrassment as if it's happening for the first time. Shame is not just an emotion. It's a biological alarm system wired into your survival. When you feel it, your brain activates the same networks as physical pain. The amygdala lights up, cortisol surges, blood flow changes. Shame is your body's desperate attempt to keep you in the tribe, because thousands of years ago, social rejection was a death sentence. So, the fear of being seen in a bad light wasn't vanity, it was protection. But in today's world, the consequences of embarrassment are rarely fatal. Still, your nervous system doesn't know the difference, and so you overreact. You replay, you hyperanalyze, and worst of all, you internalize. You don't just say, that was a bad moment. You say, that's who I am. You allow shame to define your identity, not just reflect your behavior. And so the spotlight stays on, not because others are watching, but because you are. This loop becomes especially dangerous when you attach moral meaning to harmless mistakes. You stumble over your words during a meeting, and your mind says, I'm incompetent. You forget a friend's birthday, and it says, I'm selfish. You express vulnerability, and it shouts, I'm weak. These aren't just conclusions, they're emotional tattoos. And the more you believe them, the more your brain strengthens those neural pathways. That's how shame becomes a habit, not because you're broken, but because your mind mistakenly believes reliving the pain will somehow prevent it from happening again. But it doesn't. It just keeps you stuck in an emotional prison built out of spotlight beams, forever anticipating humiliation that may never come, while missing out on connection that already has. There's a deeper paradox too. The more you try to avoid shame, the more power it gains. You suppress it. You distract yourself. You pretend you don't care, but avoidance is a poor anesthetic. It numbs for a while, and then sharpens. Unspoken shame festers. It mutates. It becomes anxiety, depression, imposter syndrome. You start doubting every achievement, sabotaging every joy, retreating from every chance at intimacy. Not because you're weak, but because shame has made you believe you're unworthy of light. And so, ironically, the fear of being exposed leads you to hide parts of yourself so deeply that you begin to disappear, not just from others, but from yourself. You may think your shame is uniquely unbearable, that no one else remembers their failures like you do. But this is the great lie shame tells, that it's personal. In reality, it's universal. Everyone carries their own reel of humiliations. Some wear it on their face, others bury it in their chest. What changes your relationship with shame is not pretending it didn't happen, but refusing to build your identity around it. Psychology calls this self-distancing, the ability to observe your experiences without fusing with them. Instead of saying, I am a failure, you say, I felt like a failure. That simple shift turns shame from a sentence into a story. And stories can evolve, they can heal. But only when you stop hiding from them and start narrating them with compassion. Even neurologically, storytelling matters. Studies show that naming your emotions reduces activity in the amygdala, the brain's fear center, and increases activity in the prefrontal cortex, where reflection and insight live. In other words, by putting shame into words, you disarm it. You reclaim your authority over the spotlight. You stop being the actor stuck in an eternal performance of regret, and become the director who can rewrite the script. But to do that, you must look into the light, not away from it. This doesn't mean oversharing or dramatizing your pain. It means being honest with yourself first. Ask, what am I still ashamed of? Whose voice do I hear when I feel unworthy? What rule did I break that made me believe I deserved this? Often, you'll discover that the shame isn't yours. It was taught to you, maybe by parents who punished expression, teachers who humiliated instead of guided, friends who turned cruelty into comedy. But just because shame was planted in you doesn't mean it has to grow. You can uproot it. You can choose a different lens. Practice self-compassion. It's not a luxury, it's a neurological reset. Dr. Kristin Neff's research shows that self-compassion increases resilience, lowers anxiety, and improves emotional regulation. When you say to yourself, "That was painful, but I'm still worthy," you're not letting yourself off the hook. You're stepping off the stage. You're moving the spotlight away from shame and toward growth. And in that light, you don't shrink, you expand. You forgive. You begin again. And here's the final truth. The moments you're most ashamed of, the ones you fear others remember, are almost always forgotten. People are too busy spotlighting their own regrets to keep replaying yours. The only one keeping the reel running is you. And maybe today is the day you finally press pause. Not to forget, but to release. Not to erase the past, but to step out of its echo chamber and into the present, where you're more than your worst moment, where you don't have to earn dignity. It's already yours. So step off the stage. Turn off the lights. Let the silence be sacred, not shameful. Because you are not your embarrassment. You are the witness who lived through it, and you are still here. Not broken, but illuminated. The overthinking spiral, creating problems that don't exist. You lie awake at night, not because something is wrong, but because your mind insists that something might be. It sifts through yesterday's words, dissects tomorrow's possibilities, builds futures that haven't happened, and mourns outcomes that never existed. You replay what you said at lunch. You reanalyze a glance from a stranger. You worry you'll fail something you haven't even started. And before you know it, your mind is a maze of questions with no doors. Every turn leads to more doubt, more detail, more disaster. You're not solving problems. You're inventing them. Welcome to the overthinking spiral, where the mind, in trying to prepare you for life, ends up making life harder to live. And here's the cruel irony. The smarter you are, the better you are at it. Overthinking is often mistaken for wisdom. It wears the costume of responsibility, productivity, insight. But beneath that costume is fear. A deep, often unspoken fear of loss, rejection, failure, or shame. Your brain, trying to protect you from pain, begins to anticipate it in advance, like a weather system predicting storms that never form. And because you have a powerful imagination, the storms feel real. They trigger the same stress responses. Your heart races, your chest tightens, your breath shortens. Your body becomes the battlefield for a war your mind invented. And the worst part, you start believing that if you just think long enough, you'll find clarity. But clarity doesn't come from thinking harder. It comes from stepping out of the spiral. Neuroscience explains this clearly. Your default mode network, the brain's background thinking mode, lights up during rest. It's what enables reflection, creativity, daydreaming. But when left unchecked, this network can run wild, turning reflection into rumination, and the prefrontal cortex, responsible for planning and decision-making, gets hijacked by worry. Instead of using thought to guide action, you use thought to delay it, trapped in cycles of what if, and maybe I should, until all options feel wrong, and inaction feels safer. That's the illusion of control overthinking gives you. The idea that if you just analyze more, you'll finally eliminate risk. But in truth, you eliminate nothing. You just defer life. Cognitive psychologists describe this as intolerance of uncertainty. The anxious brain struggles to accept unknowns, so it fills in gaps with imagined scenarios, many of them negative. It's called catastrophizing, and it's not a personal flaw. It's a cognitive distortion, a habitual mental shortcut gone rogue. Your brain assumes the worst, so it can feel prepared. But all it does is prepare you to feel worse. Over time, this hyper-vigilance rewires your emotional baseline. You stop trusting your instincts. You lose touch with the present moment, even simple decisions. What to wear, what to say, when to rest, become heavy with imagined consequence. And that heaviness isn't from the decision itself. It's from the layers of meaning you've unconsciously stacked on top of it. The emotional cost is immense. Overthinking fuels decision fatigue. The exhaustion from making too many mental choices. It erodes self-trust, because if every thought leads to a new doubt, you never get to feel certain about anything. And it deepens self-criticism, because your thoughts often loop back into judgment. Why can't I stop thinking like this? What's wrong with me? And so, the spiral deepens, not just from thought, but from guilt about thinking. A prison with mirrors instead of walls. But here's the breakthrough. The mind that overthinks is not broken, it's overactive. And its energy isn't the problem, it's the direction. That same cognitive engine that spirals into fear can also spiral into insight, creativity, empathy. What matters is the fuel you give it. And that begins with awareness, not suppression, not distraction. Awareness, you have to see the spiral to slow it. You have to notice when your thoughts shift from exploring reality to constructing fantasy. You have to ask, is this useful? Is this true? Is this helping me act, or just keeping me stuck? These questions don't erase the thoughts, but they create distance. And in that space, clarity can breathe. One powerful tool is called cognitive diffusion, a technique from acceptance and commitment therapy. ACT. Instead of believing every thought, you learn to observe it. Like watching clouds pass, rather than getting swept into their storm. You stop saying, I'm a failure, and start saying, I'm having the thought that I'm a failure. It's a subtle shift, but it reclaims your authority. You're no longer inside the thought, you're beside it. And from there, you can choose what to believe, what to release, what to let pass. Overthinking also thrives in isolation. When you're alone with your thoughts, they echo louder. So speak them, journal, talk to a friend, voice the fear. When thoughts leave your head and enter the world, they often shrink, their absurdity becomes clear, their edges soften, and what felt like a monster in your mind becomes a mouse on paper. This isn't weakness, it's regulation. It's giving your brain a way to decompress. Because overthinking is pressure, and pressure needs a valve. And don't underestimate the power of movement. Physical activity, even a short walk, activates neurological pattern breaks, interrupting the feedback loop of mental noise. It grounds your awareness in the body. It reminds you that you are not your thoughts. You are the observer, the vessel, the witness, the being underneath the noise. The truth is, most of what you overthink never happens. Most of what you fear is fiction. But the cost is real. Your time, your energy, your peace. And that's the tragedy of the overthinking spiral. It robs you of the very moments you're trying to protect. You spend your now worrying about later, and miss both. But today can be different. You don't have to control every outcome. You don't have to prepare for every scenario. You just have to return. To now, to your breath. To this moment where nothing is urgent, where no decision is final, where no mistake is fatal. Just a field of possibility, waiting for your next small step. And maybe that step is this. Recognizing that clarity doesn't come from thinking more. It comes from living more. So step gently out of your mind and into your life. The thoughts will follow you. They always do. But they don't have to lead. You can walk ahead. You can act without perfect certainty. You can trust that even if you don't know all the answers, you'll find your way not because you planned it, but because you lived it. The perfectionism trap, striving for flawlessness creates flaws. You ever notice how a single crack in a glass makes you want to throw the whole thing away? As if one flaw renders the entire object unworthy of use, unworthy of beauty, unworthy of being seen. That's what perfectionism does to your life. It turns small imperfections into fatal disqualifications. You mess up a sentence in a presentation, and suddenly, you feel like a fraud. You forget a task, and now you're convinced you are irresponsible. You receive anything less than praise, and it echoes as failure. Perfectionism doesn't push you to do your best. It punishes you for not being flawless. It whispers that unless you're exceptional, you're nothing. That unless every detail is polished, you don't deserve peace. But here's the trap. The more you chase flawlessness, the more flaws you create. Not just in your work, but in your soul. Because perfectionism is not the same as excellence. Excellence is driven by curiosity, by engagement, by growth. Perfectionism is driven by fear. Fear of judgment, fear of inadequacy, fear of being seen for who you really are beneath the mask. It's a survival strategy masquerading as a virtue, and it usually begins early. Maybe someone praised you only when you achieved. Maybe love felt conditional. Maybe mistakes brought shame instead of guidance. So you learn to cover the cracks. To polish every surface, to anticipate criticism before it came. To never leave the door open for failure. Not because you wanted to succeed, but because failure felt like abandonment. And so, you worked harder. Longer, you revised things others would have called done. You triple-checked what no one else would even notice. Not out of pride, but out of panic. Psychologically, this behavior is rooted in conditional self-worth. It's the belief that you are only as valuable as your latest success. Your grades, your body, your image, your performance. The perfectionist doesn't seek joy, the satisfaction is fleeting. The mind says, sure, you did that, but can you do more? Can you do it better? So the celebration is skipped. The rest is denied, and the pressure builds, until burnout feels like the only form of rest the mind will allow. Neurologically, perfectionism hijacks the prefrontal cortex, the brain's executive center. It amplifies overthinking, enhances risk aversion, and inhibits decision, making you hesitate, you delay, you procrastinate. Not because you're lazy, but because the fear of imperfection makes starting unbearable, and so, you become stuck in a cycle of paralysis, masked as productivity. You're working, but not finishing, planning, but not acting, perfecting, but never releasing. Meanwhile, your nervous system lives in a chronic state of stress. Your cortisol rises, your sleep worsens, your body carries the weight of trying to be too much while always feeling not enough. There's also a deeper philosophical cost. Perfectionism robs you of authenticity. Because when your worth is tied to being flawless, you can't afford to be real. You become a curated version of yourself. You smile through pain, you hide your doubts, you become a master of self-censorship, and people may admire you, but they don't truly know you because you don't let them. And deep down, you start to feel like an imposter. Not because you're pretending to be someone else, but because you never get to be fully yourself. Even creativity suffers. Perfectionism stifles risk. It silences bold ideas. It prefers predictability over innovation. Studies show that people with high perfectionistic tendencies are less likely to engage in divergent thinking, the kind of open-ended, explorative thought that leads to breakthroughs. Why? Because breakthroughs require uncertainty, and perfectionism can't tolerate that. So instead of experimenting, you edit before you explore. You polish before you paint. You kill the seed before it has a chance to grow. And in doing so, you not only deny the world your fullest expression, you deny it to yourself. And here's the cruelest twist. Perfectionism doesn't protect you from criticism, it magnifies it. Because when you've tied your identity to your output, any feedback becomes personal. A suggestion feels like a rejection. A missed note becomes an existential failure. You become so afraid of being seen as flawed that you create an inner critic far harsher than anything the outside world could say. This voice doesn't motivate, it mutilates. It doesn't guide, it shames. And over time, it becomes the loudest voice you hear. But here's the truth, hiding beneath the noise. Perfection is a myth. It's a mirage, a moving target. And every moment you chase it, you drift further from the present, from joy, from connection. Because people don't connect to your perfection, they connect to your presence, your vulnerability, your honesty, the parts of you that are still learning, still unfinished. That's where trust is born. That's where intimacy lives. Not in flawlessness, but in courage. To escape the perfectionism trap, you don't need to lower your standards. You need to release your fear. You need to redefine success as progress, not polish, to honor effort over outcome, to see mistakes not as failures, but as feedback, as data, as the fingerprints of learning. And that starts with a radical shift in self-talk. When the inner critic says, "This isn't good enough," you respond, "It's a beginning." When it says, "You'll look foolish," you answer, "Maybe, but I'll be free." You interrupt the spiral not with logic, but with compassion. Behavioral science calls this self-compassion resilience, the ability to bounce back not because you're tough, but because you're kind to yourself. Research by Dr. Kristin Neff shows that self-compassion improves motivation, lowers anxiety, and increases the likelihood of trying again. Because when you stop fearing your own judgment, you become braver. You take the leap. You speak the truth. You finish the project, you let yourself be seen. Not as a polished product, but as a living work in progress. Let this be your reminder. Cracks don't ruin the glass. They reveal its strength. Scars don't erase beauty. They prove survival. Perfection is not the goal. Wholeness is. And wholeness includes the messy parts, the learning curves, the late starts, the awkward moments. That's what makes you human. That's what makes you real. So breathe. Step back. Let the lines be uneven. Let the page be wrinkled. Let your art be honest. Let your words be raw. Let your heart be visible. You don't have to be perfect to be powerful. You just have to be present here. Now, as you are. And maybe that's the final paradox. When you stop trying to be perfect, you finally become whole. The emotional repression trap, numbing yourself until you disappear. There are people who smile with their entire face, but feel nothing behind it. Who laugh at the right moments, nod in agreement, carry polite conversations, and appear functional in every observable way. Yet inside, there is a soundless stillness, like a wintered lake sealed under ice. No ripple, no chaos, just numbness. And it's not because they have no emotions, but because they've learned to bury them so deeply that even they forget where they put them. Emotional repression isn't always dramatic. It's not always the result of trauma or tragedy. Often, it's subtle. A lifetime of being told you're too sensitive, of being taught to two-and up, of watching caregivers model stoicism instead of vulnerability. So you begin to hide the messy parts of yourself, not out of deceit, but out of self-preservation. You learn to smile instead of cry, to rationalize instead of feel, to distract instead of reflect. And slowly, imperceptibly, you become a museum of suppressed feelings, an archive of pain that was never named, of joy that was never danced, of anger that was never voiced. You still feel, of course, but it's muted, distant, like trying to hear music underwater. And the longer you go on this way, the easier it becomes to confuse numbness with peace. Repression is not the absence of emotion, it is its burial, and like anything buried alive, it finds ways to claw its way back. Sometimes through anxiety that has no clear source, sometimes through sudden irritability or exhaustion, sometimes through physical symptoms, tension in your shoulders, knots in your stomach, headaches that arrive with no warning. The body remembers what the mind tries to forget. Neuroscience shows us that emotional suppression activates the amygdala, the brain's threat detection center, while also reducing activity in the prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for regulation and conscious reasoning. In short, repressing feelings doesn't calm the system, it floods it. But the damage doesn't always show immediately, it accumulates. Like water leaking through a wall, erosion happens in silence over time. You forget what it's like to feel fully. You become a version of yourself optimized for survival, not for truth. And truth is where emotional vitality lives. But that truth can be terrifying, especially if you were raised to fear the consequences of emotion, if tears were met with scorn, if anger was punished, if joy was seen as naïve or unprofessional. So you learn the language of avoidance. You intellectualize your pain, it's not that bad. You minimize your sadness, other people have it worse. You joke your way out of discomfort, and all the while, you drift further from the one thing you truly need: connection. Because connection requires honesty, and honesty requires feeling, not just the polished, socially acceptable ones, but all of them: grief, rage, longing, awe, disappointment, desire. Without these, you're not a whole person. You're a curated persona, a performance. Ironically, emotional repression is often born from a desire to be good, to be stable, to be dependable. But when you strip away your emotions to fit an idea of who you think you're supposed to be, you also strip away your aliveness. Emotions are not weaknesses. They are signals. They are messengers from the unconscious. Anger tells you where your boundaries are. Sadness tells you what you've loved. Fear points to what matters. Even shame, as painful as it is, highlights your values. When you silence these voices, you don't become more mature, you become disconnected. And eventually, this disconnection becomes your identity. You forget how to cry, how to rejoice, how to sit with someone else's sorrow without shrinking away. You become emotionally illiterate, not because you lack empathy, but because you've lost fluency in your own inner world. This affects relationships in ways you might not realize. People can feel your emotional absence, even if they can't name it. You may find others opening up to you while you remain locked inside yourself. You may be the strong one, the rational one, the one who never makes a scene. But strength without softness becomes rigidity, and logic without feeling becomes alienation. Over time, others may stop reaching out. Not because they don't care, but because they feel the wall you've built, even if you can't see it. And so, you confirm your loneliness without meaning to. You say, "No one really knows me." But when did you last let someone in? The cultural myth that emotions are irrational or indulgent has deep roots. Many societies reward control and punish vulnerability. But neuroscience and psychology both show us that emotional repression correlates with higher rates of depression, anxiety, substance abuse, and even chronic illness. It doesn't make you stronger, it makes you silently suffer. Repression also leads to emotional leakage, where feelings erupt in unrelated or disproportionate ways. You snap over small things. You feel exhausted after minor social events. You dread quiet moments, because that's when the buried parts of you stir. It's not that you can't feel, it's that you've been feeling alone, in silence, without language, without space. So how do you unlearn repression? Not by swinging to the opposite extreme, not by oversharing or collapsing into every feeling, but by slowly reintroducing safety into expression. It starts small, naming a feeling, even if you don't fully understand it. Writing about your emotional states without judgment, saying, "I feel off today," and letting that be enough. Giving your emotions a seat at the table. Not the steering wheel, but not the trunk either. Therapy helps. So does creative expression. So does talking to someone you trust and saying, "I don't know what I feel, but I want to find out." Because in naming your emotions, you reclaim them. You re-enter your body. You become a person again, not just a function. The hardest part is allowing yourself to feel without needing to fix. To sit with grief without rushing to gratitude. To feel anger without instantly searching for a lesson. To be human, not efficient. This is especially difficult if your worth has been tied to your emotional composure. But you are not more lovable when you are stoic. You are not more worthy when you are silent. You are not a burden when you feel. And that is the paradox of repression. You numb yourself to avoid pain, but in doing so, you also numb your joy, your intimacy, your purpose. You don't avoid suffering, you prolong it. You don't prevent emotional chaos. You live in a muted version of it, stretched over years, and worst of all, you disappear from your own life. You look in the mirror and see a version of yourself that functions, but doesn't flourish. So come back, not all at once, but piece by piece. Let the tears come when they do. Let laughter rise when it's real. Let your face crack open with the weather of your own being. Let your heart speak, not to perform, not to please, but to be heard. Because you were never meant to be numb. You were meant to feel deeply, widely, honestly. Not because it's easy, but because it's what makes you alive. And maybe, just maybe, feeling isn't something to fear. Maybe it's the doorway back home. The comfort zone paradox, safety, that slowly traps you. There's a kind of prison that doesn't look like one. No bars, no chains, no locked doors. In fact, it's soft, familiar, warm. It feels like your own bed on a rainy day, like routines that need no thought, like habits that ask nothing new of you. This is the comfort zone, not a place, but a psychological state. A self-built shell designed to protect you from the unpredictable edges of life. And at first, it works. You feel calm, secure, efficient. You know what to expect. You get to avoid failure, embarrassment, rejection, but what starts as a sanctuary slowly becomes a cage. Because the more you remain inside, the more the outside begins to look dangerous. Not because it is, but because you've forgotten how to breathe in fresh air. Growth requires friction, uncertainty, sometimes even pain. And the comfort zone's greatest trick is convincing you that safety is peace, when in fact, it's stagnation dressed in soft lighting. Psychologically, your brain is hardwired to seek patterns. The basal ganglia, a cluster of neurons deep in your brain, helps automate repetitive tasks to conserve energy. You drive without thinking. You shower, dress, scroll, eat, and work. Often without conscious engagement. This efficiency is useful, but only up to a point, because the brain also thrives on novelty. The prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain involved in planning, decision making, and higher reasoning, activates most strongly when you're challenged, when you're learning, when you're stretched. But if you remain in your comfort zone too long, that activation dulls. Your neural plasticity decreases. New connections stop forming, your cognitive world shrinks. Not because you're incapable, but because you're unchallenged. Like muscles that atrophy from disuse, your mental agility weakens in predictable environments. Comfort isn't inherently bad, but over time, too much of it begins to rob you of your potential without your consent. What makes the comfort zone so insidious is how reasonable it feels. You tell yourself you're just keeping things manageable or waiting for the right time. You avoid the difficult conversation because you don't want drama. You stay in a job that bores you because it pays the bills. You postpone the dream because next year might be better. And on the surface, these sound responsible, even wise. But underneath, what you're often avoiding isn't chaos, it's discomfort. And the brain equates discomfort with danger. But they are not the same. Discomfort is the first language of growth. It's the soreness after a workout, the awkwardness of speaking a new language, the vulnerability of asking for help. When you begin to conflate discomfort with harm, you abandon growth in the name of self-preservation. And what's worse, it's self-reinforcing. The longer you stay in your comfort zone, the more foreign the outside becomes. You begin to say, I'm just not that kind of person, or I'm too old to change, or I wouldn't even know where to start. But these aren't truths, they're artifacts of repetition. They're stories carved by habits and fear, because the comfort zone, while safe, is narratively limited. It tells you the same things every day. Stay here, it's easier. Don't try, you might fail. Don't speak up, you might regret it. And over time, this becomes your identity. You're no longer someone who avoids discomfort. You become someone who fears your own potential. Biologically, prolonged comfort can lead to long-term dissatisfaction. Dopaminergic circuits, which regulate motivation and reward, require variability. When life becomes too predictable, baseline dopamine levels drop. You feel less pleasure from the same activities. You lose motivation. You feel stuck, apathetic, restless, yet unsure why. This is the paradox. You designed your life to avoid stress, but in doing so, you removed meaning. Because meaning is forged at the boundary between effort and uncertainty. It's the moment before the leap. The conversation you were scared to have. The decision you postponed until your soul began to whisper in dreams. Safety without purpose breeds emptiness. And yet, stepping out is terrifying. You fear judgment, loss, exposure. You worry about being not good enough, about wasting time, about making the wrong choice. These fears are valid, but they are also inflated by avoidance. Psychologists call this experiential avoidance, the tendency to escape internal discomfort by changing external behavior. But the escape never truly works. You don't erase fear, you just build your life around it. You avoid what triggers anxiety, which shrinks your world, which increases your sensitivity, which makes avoidance seem necessary. It's a loop, and the only way out is through, not recklessly, but intentionally, one small discomfort at a time. Stepping outside your comfort zone doesn't mean diving headfirst into chaos. It means disrupting autopilot. Taking a new route home, saying yes when you normally say no, asking a question, even if it sounds stupid, writing the first paragraph. Starting before you feel ready. Neuroplasticity thrives on these moments. When you try something new, the brain forms new synaptic pathways. Learning accelerates. Confidence builds, not from success, but from proof that you can survive uncertainty. The goal isn't to eliminate fear, it's to expand your capacity to move with it. And in relationships, comfort zones often hide beneath roles and routines. You play the peacemaker, the provider, the reliable one, and these roles, while functional, can quietly suffocate your authenticity. You stop sharing your real opinions. You laugh less. You crave depth, but settle for surface. Because to ask for more might disrupt the balance. But what if the balance is keeping you small? What if the role you play is the reason you feel unseen? Comfort zones in love and friendship can become emotional distance masked as stability. And if left unexamined, you wake up years later wondering where you went. Culturally, we worship comfort. Ads promise convenience. Technology minimizes effort. Workplaces value consistency over creativity. But innovation doesn't happen inside comfort. Neither does intimacy, nor passion, nor change. The lives that inspire you, the artists, the scientists, the mentors, the ones who radiate aliveness, they all stepped into discomfort. Not because they were fearless, but because they were willing to risk awkwardness for the chance to feel, to grow, to live wide instead of small. So what does it look like to reclaim your edge, not by blowing up your life, but by asking better questions? Where am I coasting? What am I avoiding? What would I try if failure weren't fatal? And then taking one step. Not a leap, just a step. A conversation, a commitment, a confession. Something that invites you back into your life as an active participant, not just a passive observer, because in the end, the comfort zone doesn't protect you from pain, it delays it. The pain of regret, of unexpressed potential, of unlived years. You can feel safe and still feel like something's missing. That missing piece is often you. The real you, waiting outside the walls you built, asking if you'll ever be brave enough to walk into your own life again. And maybe, just maybe, comfort isn't always kindness. Maybe growth feels like tension, because it's the sound of your wings remembering how to open. The self-gaslighting pattern, doubting your own reality. You can forget your own voice if you go long enough without trusting it. If every instinct is questioned, every feeling second-guessed, every memory revised to fit a story someone else needed to believe. And sometimes, the cruelest manipulator isn't a partner, a parent, or a boss. It's the voice in your own head, the one that whispers, maybe it wasn't that bad, or you're just too sensitive, or you're overreacting again. The pattern doesn't announce itself. It doesn't come with flashing lights or clear beginnings. It creeps in subtly, through years of internalized doubt, emotional minimization, and learned survival. This is self-gaslighting. The psychological phenomenon where you erode your own reality, not because you're dishonest, but because you were trained to mistrust your truth. And so, you edit your own emotions, reframe your own pain, and rewire your memories in the name of keeping the peace, avoiding conflict, or preserving a version of yourself others deemed acceptable. You become both prisoner and guard, both victim and enforcer, locked in an invisible war between what you feel and what you allow yourself to believe. This distortion often begins in environments where emotional invalidation is normalized. Maybe you were told, explicitly or subtly, that your feelings were too much, your perceptions were flawed, or your memories didn't match the narrative others wanted upheld. Over time, you learn to anticipate dismissal, so you preempt it by dismissing yourself before anyone else can say, "That didn't happen." You've already convinced yourself you imagined it. Before anyone calls you dramatic, you've already rolled your eyes at your own reaction. What started as a protective adaptation becomes a pattern of internal erasure. And here's where psychology deepens the wound. When we repeatedly suppress or invalidate emotional experiences, the hippocampus, responsible for memory integration, starts to encode uncertainty instead of clarity. You begin to remember your past through a fog of doubt. Your emotional memory becomes slippery, and the more you question yourself, the less grounded you feel. In this state, your sense of identity becomes fragmented. Because who are you if you can't trust your own emotions? What is truth when it keeps changing depending on who's around you? You might tell a story about something that hurt, only to backtrack midway. But maybe I'm just being dramatic. You might cry in private, then chastise yourself for being weak. You might feel rage, then immediately replace it with guilt for feeling anything at all. Self-gaslighting turns every feeling into a suspect, every reaction into a courtroom. You become emotionally exhausted, not because you feel too much, but because you're constantly policing what you're allowed to feel. This inner fragmentation often stems from a very human need, the need to belong as children. We learn quickly which emotions are acceptable and which will result in punishment, silence, or rejection. If sadness makes you a burden, you'll smile through it. If anger makes you unlovable, you'll bury it. If doubt makes you difficult, you'll pretend to be sure over time. You create a version of you that is easier for the world to digest, but the cost is immense. Because when you disconnect from your emotions, you also disconnect from your intuition. And without intuition, you become navigationally blind in your own life. Neurologically, this is tied to how the amygdala, the brain's threat detector, communicates with the prefrontal cortex, the seat of logic and reasoning. In a healthy emotional environment, feelings arise, are acknowledged, and then processed. But in chronically invalidating environments, the amygdala becomes overactivated, while the prefrontal cortex disengages. This imbalance trains the brain to prioritize suppression over expression. You become skilled at rationalizing your pain, intellectualizing your trauma, and bypassing your instincts in favor of cognitive dissonance. And the most damaging part, it feels normal, it feels responsible. You tell yourself, "I'm being objective." But objectivity without emotional clarity is not wisdom, it's dissociation in disguised self. Gaslighting can manifest in subtle ways. You downplay achievements. It wasn't a big deal. You minimize harm. They didn't mean it. You mistrust joy. This is too good to be true. And beneath each of these lies a belief that your emotional compass is fundamentally broken, that your joy isn't reliable, that your pain is exaggerated, that your instincts are dangerous. But what if the opposite is true? What if your emotions have been trying to speak all along, and you've just been trained not to listen? Healing begins with radical permission. The permission to feel what you feel, even if it's inconvenient, contradictory, or intense. It begins with recognizing that gaslighting, especially when internalized, is not just about distortion, it's about control. And when you reclaim your right to interpret your own experiences. You begin to dismantle that control. You start to rebuild the bridge between your inner world and your outer behavior. This doesn't mean every feeling is fact, but every feeling is information. And when honored, even the messy ones can lead you back to wholeness. Cognitively, this requires reappraisal. A practice in cognitive behavioral therapy where you consciously challenge automatic thoughts. When you feel guilt for setting a boundary, pause and ask, is this guilt because I did something wrong, or because I'm breaking a pattern where I always abandon myself? When you start to doubt your memory, ask, is this uncertainty rooted in facts, or in someone else's denial I internalized? Reappraisal isn't about denying reality, it's about contextualizing it. It's the act of giving yourself a fair trial before convicting yourself of being too emotional, too sensitive, or too broken. In relationships, this shift can be transformative. When you stop self-gaslighting, you also stop enabling those who benefit from your silence. You speak up not because you're certain, but because your uncertainty matters. You express needs not because you're demanding, but because you're deserving. You reclaim space in conversations, in decisions, in dynamics where you used to shrink. This doesn't always make things easier. In fact, it often disrupts old patterns, but it creates the possibility of connection based on reality, not pretense. And in your inner life, the benefits are even more profound. You begin to feel emotions fully, not as threats, but as messengers. You rediscover memories without editing them. You stop rehearsing conversations where you defend your right to feel. And in that quiet, something miraculous happens. You start to feel real again, not polished, not perfect, but whole. The kind of wholeness that doesn't require proof, the kind that breathes. So if you've been gaslighting yourself for years, know this: it wasn't your fault. It was survival. But survival is not the same as living, and you deserve more than silence, more than self-erasure, more than a life spent second guessing your own reflection. You deserve to believe yourself again. The nostalgia trap, longing for a past that never existed. Some memories never happened the way you remember them. They were simply your mind's desperate attempt to rescue lost meaning by coloring the past. And yet you clung to them as truth. You believed in them because the human mind despises emptiness, despises the unknown, despises the abyss of now without a story to stand on. And so your brain, not content with silence, softened the sharp edges of yesterday, smoothed out the loneliness, replaced pauses with music, and turned shadows into warmth. You weren't just recalling the past. You were repainting it, revising it, reinterpreting it until it felt safe enough to hold. That's the secret behind nostalgia. It doesn't take you back to what was. It takes you back to what you wish had been. And when you fall into that spell, you're no longer remembering, you're sedating yourself. This is the nostalgia trap. The emotional illusion that grips you when you long for a version of the past that never truly existed. A past reimagined to soothe your dissatisfaction with the present. A dream masquerading as memory that quietly robs you of today, while convincing you it's a gift. Your brain doesn't store memories like files on a shelf. It rewrites them each time you recall them. The hippocampus stores the event, but the prefrontal cortex decides its value. Each recollection is a reconstruction, not a playback. Add emotion to that memory, especially sadness, loneliness, or joy, and your limbic system will flood it with neurochemicals like dopamine and serotonin, making the scene feel warmer, clearer, more golden than it ever was. This isn't deceit, it's survival. When the present feels hollow or uncertain, your brain reaches for a softer yesterday. You feel the urge to revisit childhood, not because it was perfect, but because it was uncontaminated by the burdens of adulthood, unshaped by the relentless demand to prove your worth. And the cruel paradox is that the more painful the present, the more beautiful the past becomes in your memory. Not because it was beautiful, but because now you need it to be. But that beauty is addictive. You begin to compare new experiences to those filtered memories. You meet someone new, and they never quite measure up to your past friendships. You try something exciting, and it never tastes like it used to. You grow disillusioned, not because the world has grown colder, but because your imagined past has become too sacred to compete with. This is where nostalgia turns toxic. It stops being a doorway and becomes a prison. You're no longer drawing strength from where you came. You're using where you came from to justify your fear of where you might go. You tell yourself life used to be simpler, people used to be kinder, moments used to be fuller. But what if that wasn't true? What if it only feels true because your brain polished the memories and left out the parts that contradict the story you now need to believe? Psychologists call this rosy retrospection, the tendency to recall past events as more positive than they really were. But it is not just emotional, it is cognitive. This bias colors your decisions, paralyzes your will to explore, and subtly rewrites your expectations. You might idealize an ex-partner, a former city, an old job, not because they were fulfilling, but because now they represent escape routes from your current discomfort. The truth is, you likely carried the same doubts and emptiness back then too, but the brain, needing continuity and comfort, retrofits those moments into safe havens. And slowly, you begin to believe that your best days are behind you, that what once was can never be repeated. That joy belongs to another version of you in a vanished world. You start mourning a ghost. Culturally, nostalgia is monetized. The past sells. Media, advertising, music, and even politics leverage the comfort of the good old days. Retro fashion, vintage filters, childhood cartoons, all of them beckon you back, not because they hold intrinsic value, but because they offer predictability in an unpredictable world. But this cultural nostalgia is rarely accurate. The 90s weren't as gentle as you remember. Childhood wasn't as safe. Old friendships weren't always deep. You're not just longing for the past, you're longing for a simplified version of yourself that didn't have to carry this much weight. That version of you who was unaware, unburdened, and unshaped. And that longing is not wrong, but if it keeps you from living now, it becomes a quiet erasure. When you're caught in nostalgia, you say no to the unfamiliar. You reject the possibility that today might offer something new. You stop showing up fully for this moment because this moment is being judged against something that never truly was. And so you sleepwalk through your days, waiting for something to feel like before. But here's the paradox. If your best moments are always behind you, you are always chasing, never arriving. You are always aching, never being. You are always remembering, never living. Nostalgia is comforting, yes, but comfort is not always clarity, and a past remembered too sweetly can make the present taste bitter. You begin to avoid taking risks, because new memories might not match old ones. You stop building relationships because no one feels as real as those who came before. You doubt your current happiness because it lacks the glow of familiarity, and in doing so, you prevent yourself from experiencing the raw, uncertain magic of now. Your mind will wander. That's natural, but you don't have to follow it. The past may whisper, but you can choose whether to listen, because even though yesterday shaped you, it does not define you. Even though those memories are part of your story, they are not the whole book. You are not a collection of golden snapshots. You are a living, breathing chapter still being written, and the ink is still wet. Don't let the warmth of memory become the weight of illusion. Let nostalgia be a place you visit, not a place you live. Let it remind you of who you've been, not convince you that you can't become more. The past is not a prophecy, it is a palette. You get to decide which colors still belong, because today deserves more than your absence. It deserves your presence, your breath, your eyes, your attention, even if it's messy. Even if it's nothing like the past. And maybe, just maybe, when you begin to show up for now, you'll find that joy isn't something that used to be. It's something that can still be found, again and again, in ways you never planned, in people you haven't met, in places you haven't dreamed. Not because they resemble the past, but because they are real and happening and yours. The hustle trap, doing more to avoid feeling worthless. They told you that motion was the cure, that if you kept your calendar full, your legs moving, your inbox blinking, your ambitions sharpened and climbing, you'd never have to stop long enough to hear the quiet voice inside, the one that questions your worth when everything else grows still. So you did. You stacked your schedule like armor. You sprinted through your days like the finish line might finally prove something about you. You filled the silence with podcasts, deadlines, achievements, and plans because somewhere deep down, a still life felt like death, and rest felt like shame. This is how the hustle begins. Not as ambition, but as avoidance, not as drive, but as fear. The hustle trap is the silent deal you make with your own self-worth. If I keep achieving, maybe I won't have to feel like I'm not enough. You become a human doing instead of a human being, addicted to output, terrified of pause, confusing productivity with identity until burnout becomes your resting state and exhaustion your proof of purpose. And yet, it all looks noble from the outside. Society praises the overachiever. Your badge of busyness becomes a status symbol. You wake up before sunrise to get a head start, work through lunch because breaks are for the weak, answer emails at midnight because you're dedicated. But beneath that surface of discipline lies a quieter truth. You're not working hard because you are at peace. You're working hard because you are trying to outrun something. Maybe it's the feeling that if you stop, you'll be forgotten. Maybe it is the echo of a childhood where love was conditional, where praise only came after achievement. Or maybe it's the inner critic you've internalized that only applauds you when you're breaking yourself to stay ahead. You don't chase success because you believe in yourself. You chase it because you are trying to silence the part of you that doesn't. Neurologically, hustle triggers the dopamine loop. The short bursts of validation after each task, each checkmark, each achievement. Your brain rewards you for pushing harder, but it also punishes stillness. That's why, when you finally rest, you feel guilt. You feel like you are falling behind. The amygdala fires up, detecting threat, not from lions, but from the absence of movement. Stillness becomes unsafe. Rest feels like laziness. And so you re-enter the loop. Not because you're growing, but because you're afraid of what might surface if you stop. The danger of the hustle trap is not just fatigue, it's identity erosion. You forget who you are without the doing. In this cycle, your relationships suffer. Presence becomes difficult. You're never fully here because your mind is always 5 steps ahead. You are planning the next launch while someone's telling you about their day. You're checking stats at dinner. You are solving work problems in the shower. The future has hijacked your attention, and the present feels like a distraction. This isn't balance. This is bondage. And yet you convince yourself it's success. You post about your grind. You celebrate your sacrifice. You teach yourself that if it hurts, it must be working. That if it's lonely, it must be elite. That if you're tired, you must be close to making it. But making it never comes. The finish line keeps moving. The feeling of enoughness is always delayed. Philosophically, this trap stems from the illusion that your value is external, that it must be earned, displayed, performed. You believe that your worth is negotiable, that it rises and falls with your output. But that's a lie your culture sells, because an insecure person is an excellent consumer. They'll buy the courses, the books, the productivity systems, the motivation playlists, the smart devices, anything to help them move faster, do more, fix their broken image of self. But what if the real fix isn't more? What if it's less? What if it's stopping long enough to realize that the ground beneath you is already enough? That your existence does not need justification through sweat and struggle? This isn't about laziness, it's about liberation. Yes, work matters, discipline matters, vision matters, but so does your inner landscape. So does your ability to sit in a quiet room without panicking. So does your capacity to breathe without a to-do list. If your entire sense of purpose collapses the moment you are not praised, paid, or progressing, then you are not free. You're leased to performance, and the rent is your peace. We often say we're hustling for a better future, but what if you're missing the one moment you actually live in? The now hustle teaches you to delay joy until later, but later is always rescheduled. You're always climbing and never arriving, always proving and never feeling proven, always moving and never feeling moved, and you wonder why your days blur together like static, why your laughter feels hollow, why your sleep is shallow and your satisfaction momentary. It's because you're feeding a hunger that doesn't end with more, it ends with enough. The science backs it up. Studies show that people who over-identify with their work are more prone to burnout, anxiety, depersonalization, and chronic dissatisfaction. The brain isn't built for non-stop forward motion. It needs oscillation, rest, and effort, input and integration, presence and pause, neuroplasticity. Your ability to grow and change doesn't happen when you are grinding. It happens when you reflect, when you dream, when you recover. But hustle tells you that rest is weakness, that if you stop, someone else will win, that you're not allowed to feel good unless you are producing. And so you become the machine they need and forget the human you are. There's a deeper cost too. When hustle becomes your identity, failure feels like death. A missed goal becomes a moral flaw. A slow season feels like self-betrayal. You stop distinguishing between what you do and who you are. And when that happens, rest feels like worthlessness, silence feels like punishment, and joy, it becomes suspicious. Something to be earned, not something to be felt. So what's the way out? It begins with noticing the pattern. Feeling the reflex to work when you are anxious. Feeling the guilt when you are resting. Feeling the shame when you are simply being. And instead of obeying that reflex, you pause. You breathe. You ask, who am I trying to prove myself to right now? What do I think will happen if I don't finish this task? What feeling am I avoiding by staying busy? You won't undo years of conditioning overnight. But each time you choose presence over performance, stillness over status, being over doing, you reclaim yourself. Not as a machine, not as a metric, but as a living person, worthy before the checklist, loved before the trophy, valuable before the hustle. You don't have to earn your place here. You already belong. Because maybe the version of you that's calm, that's quiet, that's resting, isn't a less successful you. Maybe it's the real you. Finally coming home. The identity trap. Letting labels define and limit you. You weren't born with a name, a gender, a nationality, or a personality type. You were born as breath and sensation, as raw potential unfolding into form. But before you could even speak for yourself, the world spoke for you, shaping you with words like boy, girl, smart, shy, difficult, sweet, creative, anxious, introverted, obedient, loud, sensitive, lazy, brilliant, little stamps of identity pressed into the clay of your becoming, until you couldn't tell where you ended, and the labels began. And in time, those labels became architecture, invisible walls defining what you could and couldn't be, where you belonged and where you didn't, who you were allowed to become, and what was not like you. This is the identity trap, the silent psychological prison we mistake for personality, where the very words that help us feel seen slowly become the bars that keep us small. And before you realize it, you're no longer living. You're performing a self you didn't fully choose, repeating traits like rituals, mistaking consistency for truth and predictability for authenticity, all while your unlived lives whisper through the cracks, what if you're more than this? Because identity, as comforting as it feels, is also constricting. The moment you say, I'm this kind of person, your brain begins filtering reality to confirm it. You read books that affirm it, hang out with people who echo it, avoid risks that contradict it. This isn't weakness. It's how cognitive consistency works. The human brain seeks coherence over chaos, familiarity over friction. So when you label yourself, whether as the responsible one, the rebel, the logical one, the emotional one, the artist, the skeptic, the trauma survivor, the overachiever, you begin scripting your future in the language of your past. The confirmation bias kicks in. You remember only what reinforces the identity, forget what challenges it, and unconsciously shape your behavior to match the mask. And the more often that mask is rewarded, through praise, success, belonging, the more fused it becomes with your sense of self, until one day you feel stuck, not because life is still, but because your self-definition has calcified. You've become loyal to your label, even when it's outgrown you. Socially, this identity reinforcement is everywhere. Algorithms feed you content that matches your declared interests and beliefs. Personality tests box you into 4-letter summaries. Job titles become introductions. You say, I'm an INFJ, or I'm a Capricorn, or I'm a marketing professional. And while these can offer insight, they can also become scripts. You begin to act not from possibility, but from predictability, from identity maintenance, not identity exploration. And when you break script, when you do something unlike you, it feels like betrayal, not just of others, but of yourself. That's the paradox. We long for transformation, but we fear inconsistency. We want to grow, but don't want to seem fake, so we stay the same, not out of honesty, but out of obligation to a version of us that no longer fits. Psychologically, this is tied to ego-identity fusion, the process by which temporary traits become permanent fixtures in our narrative. Neuroscience shows that the default mode network, the brain system tied to self-reflection, lights up when you think about your identity, but it's also the same network active during rumination, nostalgia, and anxiety. The more tightly you cling to a fixed self, the more you limit your brain's capacity for rewiring. Neuroplasticity thrives on newness, but identity demands repetition. So your story loops, your habits lock. Your inner narrator says, that's just who I am. And the moment those words land, 100 alternate paths vanish. But who said you had to be one thing? Who said you couldn't contradict yourself, evolve? Surprise, contradict your own narrative. You contain multitudes. You are not a Rafe Sumfe, not a horoscope, not a trauma profile, not a Myers-Briggs category. You are not your past, your productivity, or your projection. You are a process, a dynamic, self-aware, ever-revising intelligence, a summon, a fixed shape others can understand and categorize. And while that feels safe, it also erases your fluidity. There's also a deeper wound beneath identity traps, the fear of not existing without a label. If I'm not the funny one, the smart one, the strong one, the helper, then who am I? This fear is rooted in early attachment. As children, we often earn love through roles. Be the good kid, the achiever, the caretaker. And so identity becomes survival. And later in life, you carry those roles like armor. But armor gets heavy. It keeps people out, and it keeps you in. You don't just wear the label, you become the label, even if it's suffocating you. And what's worse, identity traps also divide us. When I am this becomes central. You are not becomes implied. We form in groups and out groups us, them. My types is your type. Tribalism isn't just about politics or religion. It's rooted in identity defensiveness. If you challenge my label, you threaten my selfhood. So we resist feedback, dismiss new ideas, avoid difference. We forget that identity was supposed to serve connection, not fortify separation. The way out begins with a question. What parts of yourself are real, and what parts are rehearsed? What habits are honest, and what habits are historical? Adaptations from an earlier version of you that no longer serves. You can honor your past without being bound by it. You can appreciate the traits that got you here without worshipping them like unchangeable truths. And most of all, you can hold your identity lightly, like a tool, not a truth, like a map, not the terrain. In practice, that means letting yourself be inconsistent, letting yourself change your mind, letting yourself outgrow your own bio. It means saying, maybe, I don't know who I am right now, and that's okay. It means being less attached to being someone and more open to being rewritten by experience, to holding space for contradiction, for paradox, for pluralism. You can be both soft and strong, both skeptical and spiritual, both organized and wild. You don't need to reduce yourself to a single story. Because the truth is, the most authentic people you know aren't the ones with the clearest label. They're the ones who aren't afraid to evolve. They don't need to be understood at all times. They don't panic when their tastes or beliefs shift. They've learned that identity isn't a brand. It's a process of becoming, and in a world obsessed with clarity and consistency, their freedom feels like rebellion. So here's your invitation. Let go of the label, or at least loosen your grip. You are not here to play a role. You are here to expand, to experience, to express, not from obligation, but from presence, from curiosity, from aliveness. You're allowed to be new, to be different tomorrow, to contradict yourself, to surprise even you. You are not a fixed shape. You are motion, mystery, possibility. And maybe the real you, the one beneath all the names and roles and profiles, isn't waiting to be defined. Maybe it's waiting to be discovered. The victim identity. Finding safety in powerlessness. You learn very early in life that pain earns attention, that wounds invite care, that suffering, when expressed just right, can make the world pause for you, even love you, maybe for the first time, maybe more reliably than when you were strong. And so without meaning to, without plotting it out, you start building a quiet sanctuary in your scars, a story that says, I've been hurt, and that hurt defines me. Because at some point, the only thing you could control was how others responded to your brokenness, not your wholeness, and in that space between what happened to you and who you thought you had to become to survive it. The victim identity was born, not a lie, not weakness, but a psychic survival structure where powerlessness became safe, because at least it made sense, at least it gave shape to the chaos, at least it gave you a role, even if that role was steeped in suffering, and from the outside it may seem strange. Why would someone want to see themselves as a victim? But inside it feels like protection, like insulation from disappointment, like permission to stop trying. Because if you're the one things happen to, you're no longer responsible for the result. And that's the paradox. The more powerless you feel, the safer you are from the pain of failing while trying to be powerful. It starts innocently enough. Trauma, betrayal, repeated powerlessness. Those moments when life proved over and over that your voice didn't matter, your choices didn't change outcomes, your efforts weren't enough. So your nervous system adapted. You stopped expecting fairness. You stopped dreaming out loud. You stopped challenging the script. This is what psychologists call learned helplessness. When repeated exposure to uncontrollable negative events leads an organism, or a human, to give up trying even when the situation changes. It's not laziness, it's neurological fatigue, a mental muscle trained into disuse, and it bleeds into every area of your life, relationships, work, creativity. Because beneath it all is a quiet narrative. Nothing I do matters. And that narrative becomes identity. Not because you want it to, but because identities, especially painful ones, are often easier to hold than ambiguity. At least pain is familiar. At least suffering gives structure. And once that identity sets in, your brain, wired for coherence and survival, starts reinforcing it. Every rejection becomes proof. Every failure becomes evidence. Every success gets discounted as a fluke or luck or temporary. You might even fear success itself, because it threatens the foundation of your victim self. If you succeed, you can't be a victim anymore. And if you're not a victim, who are you? The ego, in its desperate need for continuity, will often cling to pain just to feel stable. It would rather be the wounded one than no one at all. This isn't conscious. It's a protective reflex, a way of saying, if I admit power, I have to confront how long I've believed I didn't have any. And that grief is enormous. That grief is cellular. So instead, many people stay in the story because it's safer than the unknown. Socially, the victim identity gets reinforced too. In today's hyper-connected world, pain is currency. Victimhood can bring validation, empathy, even belonging. Entire communities form around shared wounds. And while that solidarity can be healing, it can also solidify the wound as identity. You start filtering your life through harm. You view others as threats, the world as unsafe, your past as destiny. You speak in phrases like, they always leave, or I can't trust anyone, or life never gives me a break. These aren't just complaints, they're identity statements, and they carry weight. Your mind believes what you repeat, and repetition shapes reality. There's also another layer: emotional safety. If you've been through trauma, you know that hope is dangerous. Hope opens doors. Hope makes you try again. Hope exposes you to risk. So you armor up. You reject optimism as naivete. You mock self-help as delusion. You call others lucky or privileged or blind, because that feels safer than trying and failing again. That's the trap. You think you're protecting yourself, but you're really locking yourself out of life, out of possibility, out of agency. And the world doesn't conspire to keep you small, but your beliefs do, especially the ones you don't question. The irony is, victim identity often begins as truth. You were hurt, you were silenced, you were powerless. But the tragedy is when that truth becomes all you are, when healing gets replaced by holding on, when growth feels like betrayal. It's evolution, and just because something unfair happened to you doesn't mean your only identity is the one who suffered. You're allowed to be more than what hurt you. So how do you begin to dismantle the victim identity? Not by rejecting your past, but by updating your relationship to it. You start by asking, what is this identity protecting me from? Is it failure, responsibility, disappointment, vulnerability? You name the fear. You make it conscious, because what's conscious can be changed. Then you start taking small actions, gentle, consistent ones, that contradict the narrative. You speak when you'd normally stay silent. You try even when you expect to fail. You ask for what you need instead of assuming no one will care. And slowly, over time, your nervous system learns something new. Not all effort is wasted. Not all people hurt you. Not all attempts are doomed. And that learning becomes empowerment. Therapists call this reclaiming agency. It doesn't mean denying what was done to you. It means expanding who you are beyond it. You can grieve the power you lost and still reclaim the power you have. You can honor the pain without being defined by it. This takes time. It takes compassion. But most of all, it takes willingness to live without the armor of your wound. Because here's the secret: you were never meant to stay small. You were never meant to live behind glass, guarded by trauma. You were meant to touch life again, to take up space, to ask for more, to fail and try and fail again. Not because you're broken, but because you're free. Power isn't perfection. It's permission. Permission to be human. Permission to evolve. Permission to stop using pain as proof of who you are. So let this be the moment you consider stepping out of the story. Not to erase it, but to stop mistaking it for your face. You are not the hurt. You are the healing. You are not the silence. You are the song returning. You are not the victim. You are the survivor, who finally realizes survival was never supposed to be the end. It was the beginning. And you, now, are ready for more. The control illusion, believing you're in charge when you're not. You plan your days with calendars, checklists, and reminders, imagining that time is something you can sculpt like clay, bend to your will, command into shape. Yet somewhere between all that planning and all that living, a strange realization creeps in. Life keeps refusing to follow the script. The traffic jam that ruins your perfect schedule, the breakup you didn't see coming, the medical report that rewrites your entire future in a sentence. And though your hands still type and tap and grasp, part of you starts to feel like the steering wheel isn't actually connected to the wheels underneath. That's the illusion of control, not the absence of action, but the belief that your action alone determines the outcome. That if you're just careful enough, smart enough, early enough, disciplined enough, you can bend the chaos of the universe into predictable lines. But the deeper you chase that fantasy, the more brittle your world becomes. Because what you're really chasing isn't mastery over life. It's protection from its uncertainty. And in the process, you slowly trade peace for pressure, surrender for struggle, humility for hubris. You try to hold what was never yours to hold. And when it slips through your fingers, as it inevitably does, you don't just feel disappointment, you feel failure. As if the storm wasn't supposed to come. As if letting go was weakness. As if control wasn't just a strategy, but your identity. From a psychological standpoint, the illusion of control is well documented. Studies show that people routinely overestimate their influence over external events. Gamblers believe they can control dice rolls. People in positions of authority assume their leadership prevents disasters that never would have happened anyway. And average individuals often attribute random success to their personal decisions, while blaming external forces for failure. This asymmetry is not a flaw in logic, it's a defense mechanism. Your brain craves narrative, predictability, causality. It feels safer to think, I made this happen, than I have no idea why this happened. It feels empowering to believe you chose every outcome, rather than accept that randomness, chaos, and other people's choices play an enormous role in shaping your life. Control then becomes less about actual power and more about emotional safety. A form of cognitive armor. The world feels less terrifying when you think you're at the helm. But the cost of that belief is steep. Because when things go wrong, as they always do, the same illusion turns on you. You don't just suffer, you blame yourself. You punish yourself for not preventing what was never preventable. You obsess over signs you should have seen. You replay every decision in the illusion that if you just understood better, you'd regain the control you lost. But you didn't lose control, you just lost the fantasy of it. Neuroscience adds another layer. Your brain is a prediction machine. Its job is to anticipate threats, rewards, and outcomes. And it rewards you chemically, through dopamine and serotonin, when your predictions come true. This reinforces the illusion that planning and precision give you dominion over events. But when life defies prediction, when the unexpected happens, the same brain often interprets it as danger, even if it's neutral or positive. That's why so many people fear spontaneity, change, and even success. Control feels safer than possibility, but it's also suffocating, because nothing new can happen in a perfectly controlled world. Growth, love, creativity, discovery, these all require surrender. They require stepping into the unknown. They require admitting that you can guide your ship, but not the ocean. The illusion of control also shapes your relationships. You try to manage how people see you, curating your image, editing your words, predicting their responses. You withhold vulnerability to avoid rejection. You give more than you can sustain, just to be seen as dependable. You become the fixer, the planner, the rescuer, because it feels like love can be guaranteed if you just do enough. But love is not a machine with inputs and outputs. It's a living process. And people are not code to be debugged. The harder you try to control others, the more distant they feel. Because deep down, control isn't connection. It's fear in disguise. Fear of being abandoned, betrayed, unseen. But control doesn't prevent these things. It only ensures you're exhausted when they happen. Philosophically, the illusion of control runs even deeper. It ties to the ancient tension between determinism and free will. Are your choices truly your own? Or are they shaped by genetics, culture, trauma, biology, and billions of cascading variables? You might feel like the author of your actions, but even that feeling could be the product of neural circuits wired long before you had language. Free will might be real, but it might also be a byproduct of consciousness. Your brain's way of stitching together a cohesive story after the fact, like a news anchor narrating events already unfolding. And if that's true, then control isn't just an illusion over the external world. It's an illusion over the internal one too. You think you're steering your life with intention, but maybe you're only watching it unfold, narrating decisions you were always going to make. That idea can feel terrifying or liberating, because if control is an illusion, then so is blame, then so is shame. Then maybe the harshest things you say to yourself aren't fair, because you were never really in charge of everything you thought you were. But this isn't an argument for passivity. This isn't about giving up. On the contrary, letting go of the illusion of control often makes you more effective, more resilient, more present, because real power isn't about domination, it's about adaptation. You learn to ride the waves, instead of trying to stop the tide. You plan with openness, not attachment. You take action not to force results, but to participate in a process. You lead, love, speak, and create, knowing that outcomes are never guaranteed, and that's okay. Surrender is not the same as resignation. It's the wisdom to know what's yours and what isn't, and peace comes from that distinction. So what can you do when you feel control slipping? First, breathe. Then ask, what exactly am I trying to control right now? Is it someone else's reaction? A future event? An unpredictable outcome? Then ask, what's under that urge? Is it fear? Is it shame? Is it grief? Often, the desire to control is just emotional pain wearing a costume. And when you face the feeling beneath, the grip loosens. Next, shift from control to influence. You can't make the wind blow, but you can adjust your sails. You can't force someone to love you, but you can love with presence. You can't prevent uncertainty, but you can become comfortable inside it. And that's where your real power lives. You're not powerless, you're just not omnipotent. And that's good, because omnipotence would kill the mystery. It would rob life of spontaneity, surprise, serendipity. The beauty of existence is that it unfolds, not that it obeys. And your deepest peace comes not from mastering life like a machine, but from dancing with it like a river. Knowing when to hold on and when to let go, when to speak and when to listen, when to move and when to rest. That's the real intelligence. That's the wisdom no checklist can teach. So next time the plan falls apart, the answer doesn't come, the timing slips, the person disappoints, the world spins off. Script, pause, and remember, you're not failing, you're living. You're not losing control, you're waking up from its illusion. And in that awakening, something else appears. Something quieter, softer, but stronger. A trust, not in certainty, but in your ability to meet the unknown. That's where real strength begins. Not with control, but with clarity. Not with perfection, but with presence. Not with armor, but with honesty. And you, right now, are enough to meet life as it comes. Not because you hold the reins, but because you no longer need to. The guilt loop, punishing yourself for things you can't fix. There's a strange kind of silence that settles after a mistake. Not the kind that calms you, but the kind that accuses. You lie in bed replaying that sentence you wish you hadn't said, that decision you should have made differently. That moment when your silence echoed louder than your voice ever could. And no matter how many times you rewind it, there's no fixing it. But you try anyway, not with actions, but with self-punishment. You criticize yourself, isolate yourself, withhold joy from yourself, as if your suffering might somehow rewind the clock and undo the damage. As if hurting yourself today could pay for yesterday's sins. This is the guilt loop, a psychological trap where you become both prisoner and warden, punishing yourself for what you cannot change, believing that enough self-inflicted pain might one day earn your redemption. But it doesn't. It only deepens the wound. It only teaches your brain that regret must be relived to be resolved, that closure is something you have to bleed for. And so, you circle back, again and again. Memory becomes punishment. Reflection becomes self-destruction. And the past becomes a place you never escape. Only revisit with sharper knives. In psychological terms, guilt is not inherently bad. It's a social emotion designed to regulate behavior. It tells you when you've violated your own values, harmed another, or broken a moral code. In that sense, guilt is functional. It's what prompts apology, repair, learning. But there's a difference between healthy guilt and what psychologists call maladaptive guilt. Healthy guilt is finite. It moves you to act and then lets go. Maladaptive guilt, on the other hand, lingers. It loops. It attaches itself not just to your actions, but to your identity. You stop thinking, I made a mistake, and start believing, I am a mistake. And once that identity sets in, everything becomes evidence. Every failure confirms it, every compliment contradicts it, and any attempt at happiness feels like a betrayal of the pain you think you're supposed to carry. The guilt loop is not just about what happened. It's about who you think you are because of what happened. This loop is often learned in childhood. If you grew up in an environment where love was conditional, on performance, obedience, silence, You may have learned early that guilt was the price of connection, that if you messed up, the only way to regain safety was to feel bad, to shrink, to self-criticize. Over time, guilt becomes fused with worth. You feel valuable only when you feel bad about being wrong. You seek forgiveness not from others, but from a version of yourself that no longer exists. And because you can never reach them, you never stop trying. The loop continues, and your nervous system, caught in a state of permanent alert, begins to believe that guilt is your natural emotional climate. Even joy becomes suspicious. Even rest feels undeserved. Neuroscience sheds light on why guilt is so sticky. When you recall a mistake, your brain reactivates many of the same neural networks involved in experiencing it the first time. This is called emotional memory reactivation, and it means that reliving a past wrong isn't just intellectual, it's physiological. Your heart rate increases, your cortisol spikes, your muscles tense. You are literally re-traumatizing yourself with every mental replay, and the brain, trying to find a way out, often doubles down. If I just feel bad enough, maybe I'll figure out how to fix it. But you won't, because you're trying to resolve something that no longer exists in the realm of action. It exists only in memory. And memory is not something you can correct, only understand. The guilt loop also overlaps with shame, but they are not the same. Guilt says, I did something bad. Shame says, I am bad. And over time, guilt that goes unresolved often hardens into shame. You stop revisiting the event and start revisiting your own reflection. Your guilt becomes who you are, and now, even if the situation is long past, even if the person you hurt has forgiven you or is no longer alive, you keep punishing yourself. Because what's at stake isn't just repair, it's identity. You've tied your moral worth to your pain, and to let go of that pain would mean letting go of the narrative that keeps you centered in your own suffering. It's a cruel paradox. You want peace, but part of you doesn't believe you deserve it unless you've suffered enough. And no amount of suffering ever feels like enough. But guilt is not the same as growth. You don't learn more by suffering longer. You don't become wiser by staying wounded. True growth happens when you take responsibility without becoming imprisoned by it. When you say, yes, that was my action. But no, it is not my destiny. Yes, that was my mistake. But no, it is not my identity. And yes, I feel regret. But I refuse to let it define my future. This kind of transformation requires a shift from punishment to integration. Not forgetting, but forgiving. Not excusing, but expanding. You begin to see the event, not as a singular moral failure, but as one thread in a much larger tapestry of who you are. You start to ask, what did this teach me? What does it reveal about my values, my triggers, my boundaries? What am I learning? Not just about myself, but about how I want to live moving forward. Forgiveness plays a key role here, not just from others, but from yourself. And that's often the hardest kind, because self-forgiveness requires you to confront the very pain you've used to define yourself. It asks you to loosen your grip on the narrative that suffering equals goodness. It dares you to believe that you can be both flawed and worthy, both responsible and redeemable, both broken and beautiful. And for many, that belief feels dangerous, because what if letting yourself off the hook makes you careless? What if compassion becomes complacency? But neuroscience suggests the opposite. Self-compassion actually increases motivation, resilience, and moral behavior. When you feel safe within yourself, you're more likely to make amends, to grow, to try again. Guilt doesn't keep you good. Love does. Understanding does. Connection does. In the end, the guilt loop is not about morality. It's about control, a desperate attempt to feel powerful in the aftermath of powerlessness. You couldn't control what happened, so now you try to control how bad you feel about it. You couldn't undo the harm, so now you try to prove your goodness through self-punishment. But healing doesn't happen in that loop. Healing happens when you step outside of it, when you acknowledge the hurt, take responsibility, learn deeply, and then release. Not forget, not erase, but release. You set down the whip, you stop the replay, you face the future without dragging the corpse of your guilt behind you. And in that freedom, something remarkable happens. You begin to see yourself not as the villain of your story, but as its author, not as the wound, but as the healer, not as the mistake, but as the one who survived it. Because you did survive. You're here, still learning, still growing, still trying, and that matters more than your worst moment. That matters more than what you can't undo. That matters more than the loop. So breathe. Soften, forgive, not because the past didn't matter, but because you do. The decision fatigue effect, losing yourself through constant choices. You wake up, and before you even brush your teeth, you've already made a dozen decisions. Whether to hit snooze or rise, whether to scroll for a few minutes or start your day, whether to check your emails or make your bed, whether to drink coffee or tea, whether to dress in blue or black, or just give up and wear the same thing as yesterday. Each of these choices seems small, harmless, even trivial. But they pile up like unseen weights on your mental shoulders. And by the end of the day, you can feel it. The exhaustion not just of movement, but of choosing. Your brain, once sharp and focused, begins to dull. You get irritable over small things. You make impulsive decisions you later regret. Or worse, you avoid decisions altogether. This is not just laziness or indecision, this is decision fatigue, a real and measurable psychological phenomenon in which the quality of your decisions deteriorates after a long session of decision-making, and it's more common than you think. In a world that glorifies options and celebrates customization, we're drowning in choices and slowly forgetting who we are underneath them. Decision fatigue was first studied by psychologist Roy Baumeister, who found that decision-making draws on a finite pool of mental resources. The more decisions you make in a day, whether significant or mundane, the more depleted your cognitive energy becomes. And unlike physical exhaustion, which you can often feel in your body, mental fatigue sneaks up on you. It affects your attention, your emotional regulation, your impulse control, and your sense of self. This is why judges tend to give harsher sentences later in the day. Why dieters are more likely to cheat on their plan at night. Why you are more prone to snap at a loved one after a long day of errands. It's not just that you're tired, it's that your ability to choose wisely has been eroded by the sheer volume of micro-decisions you've already made. And in a culture that demands constant engagement, constant curation, constant optimization, you're never not choosing. Which means you're always slowly wearing yourself down. The brain doesn't treat all decisions equally, but it does treat the act of decision-making as a cost. Each time you weigh options, compare pros and cons, imagine outcomes, and suppress alternatives, you're burning glucose in your prefrontal cortex, the very part of the brain responsible for logic, planning, and self-control. Over time, this leads to what is known as ego depletion, a state where your mental willpower has been taxed to the point of diminished returns. And when this happens, your brain starts to default to shortcuts. You either avoid decisions altogether, what psychologists call decision avoidance, or you pick the most convenient, least effortful choice, regardless of quality. This is why you might binge on fast food after a long day of careful planning, or why you zone out in front of the television. After hours of making tiny, inconsequential choices, your brain is craving relief. And the paradox is, the more freedom you have to choose, the more likely you are to collapse under the weight of it. The modern world exacerbates this. We are bombarded with notifications, recommendations, and endless possibilities. You don't just watch a movie, you scroll through dozens. You don't just eat lunch. You debate between 10 apps and 50 options. You don't just live, you curate, tweak, customize, and optimize your life like a personal brand manager. Every option promises happiness. Every decision demands mindfulness, but the cost is hidden as your choices increase. So does your risk of burnout, regret, and decision paralysis. And perhaps most frighteningly, your sense of self starts to blur, because in constantly asking, "What should I choose?" you begin to forget what you even want. Who you are gets drowned out by the noise of what's available. Psychologists also observe a related phenomenon called choice overload, where too many options actually make people less satisfied with the choices they do make. You spend so much time evaluating and deliberating that when you finally decide, you feel less joy, more doubt, more what if. This is the paradox of abundance. The more options you have, the harder it is to feel fulfilled. And over time, your brain starts to resist choosing altogether. It becomes a form of psychological avoidance, not because you don't care, but because you've been conditioned to associate choice with stress. You're afraid to decide because you're tired of regretting. You'd rather scroll endlessly than commit. You'd rather keep doors open than walk through one. But this too is a decision, a passive one, and it costs you just as much. What's the solution? It starts with awareness, recognizing that decision making is not free, that each yes is a no to something else, that each mental fork in the road drains you a little more. To protect your mental energy, many high performers use decision batching, reserving willpower for what matters most by minimizing trivial choices. Steve Jobs wore the same outfit every day, not because he lacked style, but because he understood cognitive conservation. Barack Obama did the same with his suits. The goal is not to eliminate freedom, but to preserve it where it counts. When you reduce the friction of unnecessary decisions, you create space for meaningful ones. You clear the noise so your inner voice has room to speak. But even more important than minimizing decisions is reconnecting with intention. Instead of asking, "What do I feel like choosing?" ask, "What aligns with who I want to become?" Choices made from identity, not impulse, are less taxing. They require less deliberation because they're anchored in values, and values don't fluctuate the way emotions do. When you act from who you are, rather than how you feel, you reduce decision fatigue, not by force, but by clarity. And clarity is the antidote to chaos. Still, there will be days when even the clearest path feels heavy, when even simple decisions feel impossible. In those moments, self-compassion is key. It's biology. Your brain is not broken, it's overworked. And like any other system, it needs rest. Sometimes the best decision is to stop deciding, to step away, to breathe, to let go. And when you return, do so slowly. One choice at a time, rebuild your focus, reclaim your energy, and most of all, remember, you are not the sum of your decisions, you are the awareness behind them. Because in a world of infinite options, the real freedom is not in choosing more, but in knowing what's worth choosing at all. The false hope syndrome, repeating what never works. You keep making promises to a version of yourself that doesn't exist yet. She's leaner, stronger, more disciplined, he's focused, productive, finally fulfilled. You whisper to yourself at night, "This time, it's different." And you believe it with your whole chest because hope is addictive. Because the high of beginning again is more intoxicating than the grind of staying consistent. You reset the clock on your habits, your routines, your intentions, new diet, new journal, new mindset. You light the candle of ambition once more and feel the warm illusion of control flicker against your skin. But slowly, quietly, it dims. Not because you're lazy or broken or doomed to fail, but because the hope you're feeding isn't rooted in change. It's recycled fantasy, packaged in new language, and you're trapped in it, the false hope cycle. A psychological loop, where you believe that this next attempt, this next restart, this next plan, will finally fix you, even though it's built on the same fragile ground as all the others. You think you're evolving, but you're orbiting the same invisible point. You're moving, yes, but in a circle, and every lap feels just different enough to fool you. Psychologist Janet Polivy coined the term false hope syndrome to explain why so many self-change efforts fail, despite good intentions. It's not about willpower or motivation. It's about the distorted expectations we attach to change. We overestimate how quickly transformation will happen, how easy it will feel, and how completely it will solve our deeper problems. And when it doesn't deliver that emotional payoff fast enough, we crash, hard, We blame ourselves. We spiral, then we recommit with even more intensity, repeating the cycle. This isn't just self-sabotage, it's self-deception, cloaked in optimism, and society encourages it. Self-help industries, weight loss programs, hustle culture, all dangle the carrot of overnight transformation. They sell you a better life, but not a better understanding of yourself. So you keep chasing symptoms instead of causes. Keep adjusting the sails without ever checking the wind. You don't fail because you didn't want it badly enough. You fail because you were sold the wrong map. Real change isn't dramatic. It's microscopic. It's not some cinematic makeover montage. It's subtle rewiring, repeated under boredom, stress, and emotional resistance. But false hope skips that part. It promises the results without the discomfort. And so your brain, wired for novelty, gets hooked on the start, not the sustain. You fall in love with planning, with vision boards, with productivity apps. But when the dopamine fades, the work begins. And it feels unfamiliar, hard, not like what you imagined. And in that gap between expectation and reality, shame blooms. You retreat, you wait, and then you begin again. This time, I'll be different. You mean it. But the structure hasn't changed, only the outfit. This trap hijacks more than just health goals or morning routines. It shows up in relationships. You tell yourself the next person won't hurt you. The next friend will understand you. The next circle will finally get you. But you haven't addressed what you tolerate, what you fear, or what you avoid. So the pattern repeats. Different faces. Same heartbreak. In careers, you jump from job to job thinking each role will fulfill you. But the emptiness lingers because it wasn't the job. It was your lack of alignment. Your refusal to confront the internal misfit between who you are and what you chase. False hope thrives in avoidance. It feeds on the surface and keeps you from looking deeper. And there's a neuroscience to this. Each time you set a goal, your brain's reward centers activate. Not because you've achieved it, but because you intend to. It releases dopamine, giving you a temporary high. You feel accomplished before anything actually changes. This is called mental simulation, and it tricks you into believing you've already taken the first step. But that satisfaction makes follow. Through less likely, you've already cashed in the emotional reward. So the effort feels redundant, boring, disconnected from the excitement you started with. And over time, you begin to crave the planning more than the doing. You become a collector of intentions, a curator of beginnings. But you never stay long enough to see what grows from them. So what's the exit from this loop? It's not about abandoning hope. It's about grounding it, about replacing fantasies with frameworks. Real change is slow. It is uneven. It requires relapse, reevaluation, and resilience. It starts not with massive goals, but with identity, with the question, who am I when no one's watching? And more importantly, who am I willing to become without applause? That's where the trap begins to crack. When you stop trying to fix yourself and start trying to understand yourself. When you shift from chasing outcomes to building systems, not how do I lose weight fast, but how do I relate to food when I'm anxious? Not how do I become rich, but how do I manage my emotions when I feel behind? And let's be honest, there's grief here. Letting go of false hope means letting go of the comforting illusion that change is easy. It means surrendering to the fact that growth often feels like failure, that discipline is unsexy, that habits are not exciting, that most days the process will feel thankless. But what's on the other side of that grief is something sturdier than hope. It's trust, not in some future version of you, but in your capacity to return to yourself, again and again. Not dramatically, not perfectly, but honestly. You are not weak for repeating the cycle. You are human, wired for relief, built for survival, but you are also capable of evolution, and evolution doesn't happen in loud declarations. It happens in quiet refusals, in the decision not to start over, but to stay, to sit in the discomfort of unfinished work, to breathe through the temptation of reinvention, to say, this isn't easy, but I'm not quitting this time. Not because I believe I'll succeed overnight, but because I finally understand why I failed. You don't need another plan. You need a pause, a moment to ask, what am I avoiding by starting again? What fear hides beneath my excitement? Because only when you confront the truth behind your patterns can you finally escape them. And when you do, the change won't feel cinematic. It'll feel calm, unremarkable, real, the kind that doesn't need to be posted, the kind that builds quietly and lasts. The Schuld syndrome, living by invisible rules that hurt you. There's a voice in your head that doesn't sound like yours, but you've obeyed it for years. It whispers rules written nowhere, soft commandments carved not in stone, but in shame, expectation, and invisible obligation. You should have your life together by now. You should call more often, smile more sincerely, work harder, rest less, be more present, less emotional, more confident, less proud. You live under these unwritten mandates as if they were laws of gravity, inescapable, unquestioned, absolute, but they are not truths. They are cages made of fog. They are mental contracts you never signed, only inherited. You move through life like a performer on a stage you never auditioned for, playing roles you never chose, delivering lines fed to you by parents, teachers, culture, and fear. And in this play, applause never comes. Because the script keeps changing, and no one told you how to exit. This is the tyranny of the Schuld. A quiet psychological parasite that replaces your curiosity with compliance, your desire with duty, and your freedom with fatigue. It punishes you not for failing others, but for failing illusions. And the worst part is, you don't even know you're trapped. Because the trap sounds like virtue. Psychologists describe this as internalized societal expectation, often rooted in early developmental conditioning. When we are young, our survival depends on pleasing others, so we adopt the rules of those who raise us. We take their judgments as facts. We confuse love with approval and safety with silence. Over time, the brain develops automatic beliefs that worth is tied to productivity, that rest is laziness, that saying no is selfish, that prioritizing yourself is wrong. These shoulds become so habitual, so normalized, that they don't even feel like beliefs. They feel like identity. You don't think, I was taught to always be available. You think, I'm the kind of person who never lets others down. You don't say, I fear disapproval. You say, I'm just a perfectionist. And so the walls grow tighter, more elegant, more invisible. You don't rebel because there's nothing to rebel against, just air that feels heavy and a life that never feels truly yours. The Schuld syndrome doesn't scream, it sighs, it mutters, it nudges. It shows up in your language, in the way you say, I should go to that party, even though you're exhausted, or I should feel grateful. Even though you're quietly falling apart, it hijacks your decisions, convincing you that preference is dangerous, and permission must be earned. You begin to live reactively, responding to invisible expectations instead of inner truth. This fractures your identity, because the more you prioritize what you should do, the further you drift from what you want to do. And in that gap, resentment breeds. Not just toward others, but toward yourself, for not knowing how to break free. The neuroscience backs this up. Chronic exposure to perceived obligations activates the brain's stress circuits, particularly the amygdala and prefrontal cortex. Your body enters a loop of low-grade fight or flight, constantly anticipating judgment or failure. Cortisol builds. Executive function declines. Creativity, spontaneity, and joy shrink. You become a well-behaved ghost, visible, functioning, praised even, but emotionally distant from your own life. Your nervous system adapts to chronic appeasement. You become fluent in suppression, and no one notices, because from the outside, you're doing everything right. But right by whose standards? This is the essential question. The Schuld syndrome hides from you. Whose voice are you following? Whose approval are you sacrificing for? What will it cost you to keep being the person they expect? We don't ask these questions because they threaten the architecture of our belonging. Many of us learned that love is conditional, that to be accepted, we must be useful, agreeable, impressive. So we swallow our nose. We postpone our joy. We become adults who apologize for existing. And somewhere beneath all the performance, our real selves suffocate, gasping beneath layers of obligation, unable to scream because the script forbids it. Breaking free isn't easy. You can't just stop caring or let go. That advice assumes the shield is a conscious choice. It isn't. It's a neural groove, worn deep over years. The first step isn't rebellion, it's recognition. You have to hear the should before you can question it. That takes silence, stillness, the kind of uncomfortable reflection we're trained to avoid. And when you do notice it, when you hear yourself say, "I should do this," pause, ask, who says? What am I afraid will happen if I don't? What need am I actually trying to meet? These questions pull the thread. They begin to unravel the illusion. Slowly, the should reveals its disguise. Not duty, but fear of rejection. Not morality, but fear of being alone. And here's the paradox. The more you obey the should, the more disconnected you feel. Because even when others approve of you, you know it isn't you they're approving. It's the mask, the role, the compliant version you constructed to be safe. So the validation never lands. The love never feels real. You nod, you smile, you thank them. But inside, something stays hungry. Because deep down, you want to be loved for what's true, for what breaks the rules, for what doesn't fit. Undoing the should isn't about becoming selfish. It's about becoming sovereign. It's reclaiming authorship over your own life. And that starts by grieving. Yes, grieving. Because when you let go of the shoulds, you let go of dreams that weren't yours, but felt like yours. You say goodbye to identities built on pleasing. You disappoint people. You become harder to predict, but you also become whole. You start doing things not because you should, but because they matter, because they resonate, because they reflect who you are when no one's watching. This is not a rebellion born in anger. It's a return born in truth. A quiet unfolding. You don't need to shout. You don't need to prove. You only need to choose. To replace "I should" with "I choose." To say no, thank you without 1,000 justifications. To disappoint others and survive it. To notice guilt and not obey it. And in doing so, you begin to write a new script. Not one handed down by family culture or fear, but one written in your own voice. And maybe, just maybe, that voice sounds like freedom. The identity burnout, trying to be real until it breaks you. You start out trying to be yourself, but somewhere along the way, it becomes another performance. Not because you are fake, but because even authenticity has become a role. You feel like you are living inside quotation marks, acting out a version of the real you that somehow never quite feels real. You post with honesty, you speak with vulnerability, you even cry when you are supposed to. But deep inside, there is a growing exhaustion, a quiet ache that whispers, "Why does being myself feel so heavy?" You thought dropping the mask would liberate you. Instead, you found another kind of prison, one where your identity is always under scrutiny, always on display, always needing to be proven again and again. This is the paradox of identity burnout. You try so hard to be authentic, so deeply to be seen, that the effort itself becomes a distortion. The more you chase your real self, the more you dissolve into fragments. And no one tells you how terrifying it is to realize that even your truest self can become a costume. Identity isn't a solid structure. It's a living process yet. In modern culture, we're told to brand it, define it, and commit to it as if it were a static object. From an early age, you are asked, "Who are you?" And over time, you're expected to answer with precision. "I'm an artist. I'm a survivor. I'm neurodivergent. I'm an empath." These labels start as tools of self-understanding. What begins as exploration morphs into obligation. You start to curate your actions, your choices, even your emotions to align with the image you've created. And the image grows hungry. It wants consistency. It wants coherence. It demands performance. So you push yourself to stay in character, even when the role no longer fits, especially when it no longer fits. Psychology refers to this as self-concept rigidity, a cognitive trap where your self-image becomes so fixed, so invested, that any deviation feels like betrayal. You cling to your defined identity, not because it empowers you, but because it gives you shape. The unknown becomes intolerable, so you stop experimenting. You filter your experiences. You avoid anything that threatens the image. And slowly, growth turns to stagnation. Even positive change starts to feel dangerous. Because if you're not what you've always claimed to be, then who are you? Identity burnout begins not when you lie to others, but when you silence parts of yourself to remain consistent with who you think you're supposed to be. In the age of social media, this trap intensifies. You aren't just being anymore, you're being watched. Your identity becomes a project, a portfolio, a collection of curated expressions. You feel pressured to be vulnerable, but in a way that performs well. You open up, but only within the aesthetics of healing. You share your truth, but only in digestible pieces. Authenticity becomes content, and over time, you begin to blur the line between expression and exhibition. Your emotions feel like material. Your insights feel like strategy. You're not faking it, but you're also not free. Because the moment your identity is externalized, it begins to demand continuity. It no longer grows with you. It asks you to grow around it. Neuroscience supports this experience. The brain is wired for pattern recognition and self-consistency. The medial prefrontal cortex, responsible for self-referential thinking, seeks stability in the narrative it creates. When you act out of character, even in healthy ways, the brain experiences cognitive dissonance. You feel anxious, fragmented, even ashamed. Not because you've done something wrong, but because you've violated the script. This anxiety isn't evidence of failure. It's evidence of the brain defending a static identity. But the truth is, your real self is not static. It's plural, evolving, contradictory. The self is not a brand. It's a process, a verb, not a noun. Yet we keep trying to trap it in definitions. We say, I'm not the kind of person who, or that's just who I am. But these statements are often prisons disguised as pride. They sound like confidence, but they function as cages. They limit what we allow ourselves to become. And when life calls us into transformation, when grief or love or trauma stretches us beyond recognition, we resist because we've built our safety on an image. And images cannot evolve. They can only be protected, so we fracture. We split into public and private selves, into real me and acceptable me, into past and future, with no place to rest in the present. This is where burnout begins, not from working too hard, but from trying too hard to stay consistent. The paradox is that the more effort you put into being authentic, the more distance you create between who you are and who you think you should be. You ask, would the real me say this? Or is this on brand for me? And suddenly, spontaneity dies, play dies, curiosity dies. You become a manager of yourself, and nothing is heavier than self-management, disguised as self-expression. You carry the weight of proving you're real, and the weight becomes unbearable. Healing from identity burnout doesn't mean abandoning your self-concept. It means softening it. It means allowing space for contradiction, for mess, for surprise. It means being able to say, I used to believe this, and now I'm not sure, without feeling like you've betrayed yourself. It means realizing that authenticity isn't about consistency. It's about congruence, not alignment with an image, but alignment with the moment, with what's real now. And that may change tomorrow. That's not a failure. That's aliveness. We are not meant to be brands. We are meant to be beings. And beings change. They shapeshift. They contradict themselves. They contain multitudes. The self is not a statue. It's a flame. Try to hold it still, and you kill it. Let it move, and it illuminates everything. So how do you recover from identity burnout? You start by doing the things that feel off-brand. You let yourself be seen as inconsistent. You embrace awkwardness. You stop correcting others when they misunderstand you, and see what happens. You stop curating every thought. You start saying things that surprise even you. You let parts of yourself die. Not because they're bad, but because they've finished their work. You allow new parts to emerge. Not because they're better, but because they're next. You give yourself permission to be a mystery. And in that mystery, you find rest. Not because you've finally figured out who you are, but because you've stopped needing to. Because you've realized that identity isn't the answer, it's the question, and you are allowed to keep asking. The apology reflex, taking blame to keep the peace. There's a moment, so quick it barely registers. A flicker in a conversation, a tightening in the chest. A glance that shifts just slightly, and before you even understand what went wrong, the words are already leaving your mouth. I'm sorry. Not because you did something wrong, not because you feel genuine remorse, but because silence was too loud, because tension made your skin itch, because keeping the peace felt more important than keeping your dignity. And so you apologize for the mood, for the misunderstanding, for existing too loudly or not clearly enough. You apologize to stop the storm before it starts. You apologize to protect harmony that was never truly mutual. You apologize not to admit guilt, but to avoid conflict. And over time, you become fluent in the language of self-erasure. This is the apology reflex, a deep-seated impulse to claim fault for things you didn't cause, simply to soothe the discomfort of disharmony. But every time you do, a piece of you disappears into that silence, unnoticed. Until one day, you look in the mirror and realize you've become the scapegoat in your own life story. It begins in childhood. Usually, you learn early that certain emotions are dangerous, that anger breaks things, that disappointment changes how people look at you. That conflict doesn't just crack the air, it threatens your place in the tribe. So when the adults in your life grow sharp, when voices rise or eyes go cold, you develop a survival skill. You apologize, even if you didn't spill the milk, even if you didn't raise your voice. Even if the rules keep changing, you apologize to reset the emotional climate, to bring the room back to something that feels safe. And because it works, because it makes the chaos recede, even temporarily, you do it again and again. And again, the nervous system learns. Safety comes through submission. Calm is bought with self-blame. You don't even have to mean it. The ritual alone is enough. And so, the brain rewires itself. The anterior cingulate cortex, which detects social pain, becomes hypersensitive. The amygdala, alarm system of the brain, fires even at small signs of rejection. The body learns to flinch, not at violence, but at disappointment. And flinching becomes speech, and speech becomes apology. By the time you're grown, this response is almost automatic. You bump into someone on the street and say sorry. Someone else interrupts you and you say sorry. You cry and feel guilty for needing comfort. You set a boundary and then feel the urge to explain. Soften, take it back. You apologize for your needs, your timing, your existence taking up space. And what's more, people come to expect it. They grow used to your softness, your quick retreat, your habit of holding tension for everyone else. You become the emotional buffer, the peacekeeper, the one who absorbs. They say you're easygoing, flexible, self-aware. But what they don't see is the bruising beneath that pliancy. The way your nervous system tightens every time there's disapproval in the air. The way you rehearse apologies in your head before conversations even begin. Not because you want to lie, but because you're trying to survive. Again, this isn't just behavioral, it's biochemical. Studies in interpersonal neurobiology show that those who are raised in emotionally volatile or neglectful environments develop overactive mirror neuron systems. That means you feel others' emotions as if they were your own. Their tension becomes your discomfort. Their anger becomes your shame. Their sadness becomes your responsibility. And so, when someone is upset, even if it's unrelated to you, you feel compelled to soothe it. And often the fastest way to soothe is to apologize, to take the blame, to absorb the friction. Because maybe if you say sorry first, the fire won't spread. Maybe if you shrink, it won't burn you. But here's the truth. You were never supposed to be the emotional fire blanket for everyone else. There is a cost to this reflex. Slowly, You lose your ability to trust your own perception. If you're always wrong, always the problem, always the one who should have known better, you read too deeply into pauses, emojis, tone shifts. You interpret neutrality as displeasure, kindness as tolerance, closeness as temporary. And you apologize, not because you believe you did something wrong, but because you fear you might have without realizing it. This isn't accountability. It's anxiety, and anxiety wears the mask of politeness until it hardens into identity. You stop asking, "What do I need?" and start asking, "How can I make them stay?" And apologies become currency, cheap, frequent, hollow. This is not about becoming defensive or refusing to take responsibility. True accountability is sacred, but reflexive apology is not sacred. It's sacrificial. It sacrifices nuance. It sacrifices growth. It sacrifices relationships that could have deepened through honest conflict. Because when you always apologize, you rob others of their responsibility. You become the villain in every story. Not because you are, but because it's easier than asking others to reflect. And worst of all, when you constantly apologize for things beyond your control, you teach people how to treat you. You train them to expect your surrender, to bypass introspection, to look to you as the first to bend. And they will bend you until you forget what your spine ever felt like. But it's not too late to remember. Healing begins with hesitation, with pausing just one beat before the apology forms, with asking, "Am I sorry?" or "Am I scared?" It begins with noticing when you feel that tightening, that urge to appease. It begins with sitting in discomfort without racing to erase it. And yes, it feels excruciating at first, to let silence stretch, to let someone be upset and not fix it. To let your truth remain standing even when it makes the air thick. But every time you resist the apology reflex, your nervous system learns a new song, one of groundedness, one of boundaries, one of being, with instead of disappearing into, you begin to reclaim the lost territories of your voice. You are allowed to say no without a footnote. You are allowed to be misunderstood. You are allowed to express a need without cushioning it in contrition. You are allowed to walk away from conversations that distort you. You are allowed to hold someone's gaze when they are disappointed in you, and not crumble. You are allowed to be real without being agreeable. Because peace that requires your erasure isn't peace. It's compliance dressed in calm. And you are not here to be small. You are here to take up your full dimension. To speak with the gravity of someone who knows their worth isn't up for negotiation. To apologize only when remorse is true, not when fear is loud. To untangle politeness from powerlessness. To love without pleasing. To correct without guilt. To disagree without self-loathing. To live in your own skin without constantly seeking permission. You can begin today. You can let the next apology sit on your tongue just a little longer. You can let your body feel the tremor of not rescuing everyone. You can let someone else manage their discomfort for once. You can relearn that love doesn't require shrinking, that honesty doesn't require smoothness, that you, in your full and unedited expression, are not a disruption, but a return. Not to the old self, but to the one who never needed to say sorry just to exist. The social validation trap, craving approval to feel independent. You learn early, sometimes so early that the lesson sinks in before you even have the words to question it. That your worth can echo louder when someone else says it first. You scribble colors onto a page in preschool, and the way your teacher smiles shapes the memory more than the drawing itself. You laugh at a joke not because it moves you, but because others laughed first. You raise your hand in class only after your eyes have swept the room to confirm. It's safe, and over time, this becomes less of a strategy and more of a script. So embedded into your wiring that it stops feeling like adaptation and starts feeling like identity. The human brain, after all, didn't evolve in isolation. It's a social organ, sculpted in the fires of tribe, survival, and mirror neurons. You're not broken for caring what others think. You're designed that way. But design becomes danger when the need for approval stops being a signal and becomes a condition. When the reflection in others' eyes becomes the only mirror you trust. And so, Years later, you scroll endlessly through curated feeds, chase digital hearts and ephemeral praise, telling yourself you're independent, that you know who you are, while secretly waiting for someone else to confirm it. You wear your authenticity like a badge, but feel safest only when it's rewarded. You say you're done performing, but still check to see who clapped. You feel free only when your shadow is applauded, and that's the trap. Because the need for validation isn't shameful, it's human. But the illusion is thinking you can be truly free while still outsourcing your permission to exist. You start to build your sense of self, not on truth, but on trend, not on conviction, but on confirmation. And little by little, the loop begins. You express something vulnerable. You wait for affirmation. You adjust based on what lands. You post a piece of your mind, then measure its worth by the reaction it receives. And when it doesn't resonate, you shrink. Not just your voice, but your identity. You begin to prune your personality into something more palatable. You file away your rough edges. You smooth your thoughts into socially acceptable sound bites. Until one day, you're no longer sure if you're being honest or just being strategic. Neuroscience backs this up. Studies show that the brain's reward systems respond to social approval the same way they respond to physical pleasure or financial gain. A kind word from a stranger can light up the same neural circuits as sugar or money. In this light, a like isn't just validation, it's dopamine, and dopamine teaches habits. It reinforces behavior. It makes us want more, not because we're weak, but because we're wired. And so, slowly but consistently, we begin to shape our behavior around that feedback loop. Praise feels like safety. Silence feels like threat and disapproval. Disapproval feels like collapse. What begins as a natural desire to belong becomes a subtle form of self-abandonment. You learn to hide your pain to keep the peace. You package your joy so it doesn't feel too loud. You wear opinions like costumes, changing your outfit based on the room you are in. And the danger isn't just that you're hiding, it's that you're hiding so well that others applaud the mask. They reward your performance, not your presence. They like what you show, not what you feel, and the applause feels good, until it doesn't. Until you realize that the version of you receiving praise isn't the version you truly are. This is what psychology calls extrinsic self-worth, a fragile sense of identity built on external feedback. And it is quite simply exhausting. Because the rules are always changing. What's praised today is punished tomorrow. What's authentic today is too much next week. And so you run in circles trying to keep up, all while losing track of your own rhythm. No matter how much validation you collect, it never fills you. Because it's not aimed at the real you. It's aimed at the version you constructed to earn it. Over time, this creates a kind of spiritual malnourishment. You're constantly fed attention, but starved of connection. You're seen, but not understood. Heard, but not felt. And in this space, social anxiety thrives. Because social anxiety isn't just fear of others. It's fear of being seen and found unworthy. It's the dread that someone might peer through your presentation and see your unfiltered soul and turn away. So you rehearse, you edit, you self-censor. You live life like an audition, hoping not just to be accepted, but to avoid rejection. And in doing so, you forget how to live unrehearsed, how to speak without scripting, how to just be and still. The answer isn't to kill the need for approval. That would be inhuman. The answer is to relocate it, to shift the source, to stop outsourcing your value and start unearthing it. Because real freedom isn't found in being immune to what others think, it's found in no longer being owned by it. When you begin to ask yourself, do I like this version of me, instead of, do they? You plant the seed of liberation, and that seed doesn't grow overnight. It grows slowly, in the soil of discomfort, in the dirt of old beliefs, in the cracks between performance and truth. You begin to see the moments where you've betrayed yourself for approval. Not with shame, but with clarity. You trace the lines where your voice got quieter to make others comfortable. You remember the times you laughed when you weren't amused, agreed when you didn't align, smiled when you wanted to speak. And in that remembering, you begin to reclaim, not all at once, but piece by piece. You say no when you mean it. You speak even when your hands shake. You post something you love without checking the likes. You express your truth knowing full well that it might not be met with claps, but choosing it anyway. This is self-validation, not arrogance, not denial, but a return. A return to your own internal compass. A return to the self you were before the applause taught you to chase it. A self who creates from clarity, not clout. Who shares, because there's something to say, not something to earn. Who belongs to no algorithm, no trend, no fragile metric, but to truth. And the irony, the more you inhabit this version of you, the you who speaks from center, not from strategy, the more others begin to resonate. Not because you tailored yourself to them, but because people recognize real, they feel it in their chest. It lands differently. It speaks a frequency they didn't know they were waiting for. Not everyone will stay, but the ones who do, they'll stay for you, not the mask, not the echo, but the presence. So the next time you feel yourself shrinking to fit a mold, or stretching to impress, pause, just pause, and ask, is this me, or is this a reflection I've been trained to chase? Ask, would I still say this if no one responded? Ask, am I performing, or am I present? Because you were not born to be a projection, you were born to be a presence, a full, complex, sometimes misunderstood, but always real presence. And your realness, it doesn't need to be explained. It doesn't need to be clapped for. It doesn't need to be sold. It just needs to be heard by you first. And once you hear it, once you trust it, once you live it, you realize the deepest freedom isn't being praised by the world. It's no longer needing to be. Let your approval begin there. The learned helplessness effect, giving up before you try. There's a moment small, forgettable, almost invisible, when something inside you shifts. Maybe it happens after the third failed attempt, or maybe the 30th. Maybe it begins when a parent shrugs at your tears, a teacher dismisses your effort, or a boss chuckles when your voice cracks with hope. It's the moment when trying no longer feels noble, it feels pointless. And though your heart might still thump with unspent courage, your hands stay in your pockets. This is the silent birth of learned helplessness. Not a scream, not a collapse, but a quiet retreat. You don't stop because you're weak. You stop because you've been conditioned to believe that no matter what you do, it won't make a difference. And so you fold your wings not because you forgot how to fly, but because you've learned that flight isn't safe, or worse, it's irrelevant. This psychological phenomenon was first studied in dogs, creatures shocked repeatedly, given no way to escape, who eventually lay down even when freedom was finally offered. The cage, once real, had been internalized, and humans aren't much different. When life teaches you that effort is met with failure, or that expression is met with shame, or that voice is met with silence, your brain adapts, not to thrive, but to survive. It learns to conserve energy. It builds protective scripts. Don't speak up. Don't try again. Don't dream too big, because pain has a memory. And the body remembers not just through scars, but through silence. And so, without realizing it, you begin to choose paralysis over possibility. Not because it's comfortable, but because it's familiar. You say, what's the point? Before you even examine the path, you decide, I can't, before the door is even tested. This isn't laziness, it's survival. A mind protecting itself from the ache of wasted effort. And yet, in that protection, something vital is lost. Your agency, your curiosity, your willingness to challenge what once hurt you. The tragedy of learned helplessness is not that people stop trying, but that they stop believing they can. And the longer you stay in that state, the more it calcifies. Neurons that fire together, wire together, and your brain, brilliant and adaptable, wires for defeat if that's what experience teaches it. So eventually you stop seeing doors. You see walls. Even when the door is wide open, you hesitate, you doubt. You say probably locked. And every time you don't try, it confirms the belief that trying doesn't matter. The loop tightens. It becomes self-fulfilling. You begin to call it reality. This is just how I am. Some people aren't meant to succeed. I've accepted it. But resignation is not acceptance, it's surrender in disguise. And you weren't born surrendered. Watch any child and you'll see raw, tireless effort, stacking, stumbling, asking, reaching. They don't yet know that failure means something. But as years pass, meaning attaches itself to failure, like barnacles to a ship. You fail a math test and here, you're not smart. You're rejected by a friend and here, you're not lovable. You don't get the job and here, you're not enough. And so you learn to preemptively disqualify yourself. You start calling yourself names before others do, just to beat them to the punch. The internal critic becomes a jailer, and the world, once a canvas, becomes a courtroom. Even neuroscience backs this. Repeated experiences of uncontrollable stress cause changes in the brain's hippocampus and amygdala, areas responsible for memory and fear. The result, a brain hyper, alert to threat, and under-motivated toward reward. You're not broken. You're biologically adapting to pain. But the adaptation becomes the problem. Because when you stop trying, you stop collecting new data. You stop updating the map. You assume all roads are closed based on one collapsed bridge. And so, you navigate life, avoiding not danger but discomfort. You stick to the well-worn paths, even if they lead nowhere, because at least you know them. But here's the quiet miracle. The brain can unlearn helplessness the same way it learned it. Through experience, not through affirmations, not through forced positivity, but through microproof. Tiny moments where effort yields change. One step, one ask, one risk. It won't feel triumphant. It might even feel foolish. But every time you act in defiance of your own hopelessness, you write a new line of code. You remind your brain, this moment is not the past. You begin to separate what happened from what is happening. The difference is subtle but profound, because helplessness feeds on fusion, on the belief that because you failed once, you always will. But resilience feeds on separation, on the recognition that every moment is a data point, not a definition. That's how people recover. That's how survivors rise, not by erasing the pain, but by refusing to let it be the only author of their story. In therapy, this is called cognitive reframing. In life, it's called courage. And you don't need all the courage at once. Just enough to move. Just enough to say, maybe this time is different. And sometimes that's all it takes. Because learned helplessness is built in layers, but so is learned power. And while helplessness says, it won't matter, hope says, what if it does? Hope is risky. It invites disappointment. But it also invites transformation. It opens doors, not guaranteed success, but guaranteed movement, and movement, even when small, is the antidote to paralysis. So if you find yourself shrinking, silencing, giving up before you begin, pause, breathe. Remember, this retreat isn't who you are, it's who you became to survive. But you're still here, still breathing, still capable of trying again, and that capacity, no matter how quiet, is sacred. Use it. Not to prove anything to anyone, but to reclaim what helplessness stole. Your right to participate in your own becoming. The world doesn't owe you success, but you don't owe it your silence either. You're allowed to want more. You're allowed to try again, even after years of stillness, even if you've forgotten how. You don't have to believe in the outcome, just in the possibility. Because the first step out of helplessness isn't victory. It's movement. It's the quiet rebellion of saying, I'm not done. The fear of stillness, running from silence, because you might hear yourself. You ever notice how quickly you reach for something, anything, when the silence stretches just a little too long, the moment the noise drops out of a room, or your phone runs out of things to scroll, or the hum of distraction fades, something uncomfortable stirs. Not outside, but within, like silence isn't a lack of sound, but a presence. An intruder that you've spent your entire life learning to avoid. You might think you are chasing productivity, entertainment, connection, momentum, but often you are just running from the stillness. Not because it is boring, not because it is empty, but because in that stillness, your own mind gets loud. In that quiet, you start to hear the parts of yourself you've pushed aside, the truths you've buried, the questions you'd rather not answer. And so we run. From pause, from reflection, from silence itself, as if our inner world were a thing to escape rather than explore. You play music to avoid your own thoughts. You scroll through endless videos, not out of curiosity, but to drown the echo of something deeper. You multitask, you overcommit, you fill every second of your day, because silence feels like a confrontation. But confrontation with what? With yourself. With the version of you that surfaces when there's nothing left to distract you, the one who carries your regrets, your fears, your unprocessed grief. The one who knows what you truly want, and how far you've drifted from it. This isn't just avoidance, it's survival, because if you slow down enough to feel it all, you might come undone. That's the fear, not of being still, but of what stillness reveals. We're raised in a world that worships movement, progress, hustle, momentum, efficiency. These are the currencies of modern value. A person who is still is a person who is falling behind. That's the story we're told. If you stop, even for a moment, you'll lose your edge, your competitors will pass you. You'll become irrelevant, replaceable, forgotten. But underneath that cultural narrative is something more ancient and personal. The fear that if you sit quietly with yourself, you might realize how much of your life has been shaped by noise that wasn't yours, that the goals you chase, the roles you play, the version of yourself you show to the world, they might all be borrowed voices. And silence. Silence strips those voices away. It doesn't fill the space, it clears it. And that clearing can be terrifying, because it demands that you face what remains when the world stops talking. And what if what remains doesn't satisfy you? What if the life you're building doesn't align with who you are? What if you don't know who you are at all? These are the questions that stillness asks. And so we run, not because we're weak, but because stillness requires a strength we were never taught. But the irony is, the very thing we're running from, silence, is the only place where we can find clarity. When you stop long enough to listen, to truly hear yourself without interruption, you begin to peel back the layers of noise that have accumulated over years. You realize how many of your thoughts aren't your own, how many of your beliefs were inherited, your preferences conditioned, your ambitions suggested rather than chosen. You discover the fears beneath your achievements, the insecurities beneath your confidence. It's not always beautiful. Sometimes it's brutal, but it's real. And in that reality, there's power. Because what is self-awareness, if not the ability to witness your own mind without flinching? What is authenticity, if not the courage to hear your inner voice, even when it contradicts the life you've built around it? Think about how we treat stillness in everyday life. You wake up, and the first thing you do is reach for your phone. Not to connect, but to escape. You put on music or a podcast just to walk down the street. You can't sit in a waiting room, or take a shower, or eat a meal without some form of stimulation. We've conditioned ourselves to believe that silence is wasted time. But in truth, silence is where integration happens. It's where the fragments of your experience come together. It's where the lessons land, where the emotions settle, where the truth catches up to you. Without silence, you become a collage of unfinished thoughts and unprocessed feelings. You move forward, but you don't evolve. You grow older, but not deeper, because depth doesn't come from doing more. It comes from feeling more, and feeling more requires stillness. And yet, stillness has become almost taboo. We pathologize it. We call it laziness, depression, stagnation. We treat anyone who withdraws, who pauses, who retreats inward, as suspect, as if they're broken. But what if they're just listening? What if the people we call quiet are the ones brave enough to face what most of us can't? What if they're not disengaged, but attuned to something subtler, something more honest? The truth is, we live in a world addicted to stimulation, but starving for meaning. And meaning doesn't shout, it whispers. You have to get quiet to hear it. You have to slow down. You have to let yourself be bored. Let yourself feel the ache of unfulfilled dreams. Let yourself mourn the versions of you that never had a voice. That's not weakness, that's reckoning. And reckoning is the beginning of transformation. But transformation is dangerous to the ego. It threatens the structures we've built, because if you let yourself change, you might not want what you wanted before. You might walk away from what you've built, from relationships, from careers, from identities that no longer fit. And so the ego clings to noise. It says, don't stop, don't look, don't listen. Because to listen is to risk waking up, and waking up means taking responsibility. Not just for what you do, but for what you've ignored. The silence you avoid is often where your integrity lives, your values, your purpose. Not the performative ones, but the quiet ones, the ones you don't post about, but live by. The ones that whisper, this isn't it, when everything on the outside says you've made it. The ones that urge you to leave, to begin again, to return to something you can't quite name but have always felt. We talk a lot about healing, about growth, about becoming our true selves. But true healing doesn't happen in motion. It happens in stillness. It happens when you stop distracting, stop explaining, stop justifying, and just sit, and in that sitting, things arise. Memories, longings, regrets, hopes. The stuff that's been waiting at the edges of your awareness, hoping you'd finally slow down enough to notice. This is why meditation is so hard. Not because it's complicated, but because it's quiet. And in that quiet, the backlog of everything you haven't dealt with starts to surface. It's overwhelming at first. It's chaotic. But if you stay, if you breathe through the discomfort instead of fleeing from it, you begin to find something precious. Presence, not the curated kind you post about. The real kind. The kind that says, I am here, and I am enough, even if I don't know what comes next. And maybe that's the real fear. Not of stillness itself, but of what it demands from us. Honesty, vulnerability, a willingness to let go of control. Because when you're still, you can't manipulate perception. You can't hide behind activity. You can't prove your worth through output. You are simply there, raw, unfiltered. And that terrifies the part of you that's built an identity on doing rather than being. But what if being is enough? What if you are already enough, and the noise has just kept you from realizing it? Stillness is not passive, it's not empty, it's not weakness. It's one of the most radical acts of self-respect in a world that profits from your distraction. To be still is to reclaim your attention, to return to yourself, to hear the questions that actually matter, not the ones the world keeps screaming at you. It's to ask, quietly and without agenda, who am I? Really? What do I want? Beneath the shoulds and the scripts. What pain have I buried so deep that I forgot it was there? What version of me have I been avoiding? And what would happen if I stopped running? You might discover that the thing you've been running from, yourself, isn't a monster, but a messenger. That the silence isn't empty, but full of signals, full of memory, intuition, truth. You might realize that your anxiety isn't random. It's what happens when your soul is trying to speak but can't be heard over the noise. You might even realize that rest isn't indulgent, it's necessary, that you don't need to earn stillness. You just need to stop resisting it. Because stillness is a mirror, and yes, that mirror might reflect parts of you that are messy, broken, unresolved. But it also reflects your capacity to change, to grow, to begin again, to forgive, to imagine, to reconnect. And in a world spinning faster every day, what could be more powerful than someone who knows how to be still? So next time you feel the urge to escape the silence, to fill it with scrolling, noise, activity, pause. Just for a moment. Sit in it. Listen, not for some profound answer, but for the simple truth that emerges when you stop trying to be somewhere else. When you stop running from yourself. You don't need to fix it. You don't need to label it. You just need to witness it. Because the you that exists beneath all the noise, that's the real you. And they've been waiting to be heard. The someday illusion, always preparing, never living. You keep telling yourself it's not the right time. Not yet. Not quite. But someday. Someday, when you've saved enough. Someday, when you feel ready. Someday when things calm down. Someday when you finally become the version of yourself that deserves the life you want. And so you plan. You research. You overthink. You stack days like bricks, building the idea of a future so perfect, so polished, so secure, that it always exists just out of reach. You chase productivity, calling it preparation. You rehearse conversations you never have. You make lists and backup plans and dream in hypotheticals. You call it discipline. You call it responsibility. But what it really is delay. You're not waiting for the right moment. You're postponing your life. Not because you are lazy or unmotivated, but because you've been taught to believe that living fully now is reckless, that joy must be earned, and that readiness is a place you arrive at someday, once all conditions are perfect. But what if that someday never comes? What if the preparation becomes the prison? What if always getting ready is just another way to hide from the terrifying freedom of actually living? There's a strange comfort in the illusion of someday. It feels safe. It makes you feel responsible. You're not ignoring your dreams. You're just getting ready for them. You're not avoiding love. You're just healing first. You're not abandoning your passions. You're just waiting until the bills are paid. You tell yourself you're being smart, strategic. But beneath all that rationality is often fear. Fear of failure, fear of success, fear of change, fear of discovering that the dream you've held onto for years doesn't feel like home once you finally step into it. So you keep preparing. You tweak the website instead of launching it. You read another book instead of writing your own. You tell yourself you'll travel once you're more stable, say, "I love you." Once you're more certain, take that risk once the stars align. But they never do, not the way you hope. Life doesn't deliver perfect moments. It offers imperfect chances disguised as now. And every time you say, "not yet," you gamble that tomorrow will offer what today could have given you, if only you had the courage to begin. Look closely at the people you admire. Not the famous ones, but the ones who seem deeply alive, the ones who radiate presence. They didn't wait until they were ready. They didn't have a perfect plan. They started messy. They leapt while still afraid. They figured it out mid-air, because life isn't a test you prepare for. It's a current you step into, and you learn to swim by swimming. Yes, you might flail. Yes, you might get hurt, but you'll also feel the thrill of momentum, the grace of growth, the beauty of becoming. You'll discover that readiness isn't a prerequisite. It's a result. You become ready by living. Not the other way around. But if you keep waiting for the fear to go away before you act, you'll wait forever. Because fear doesn't disappear with time. It only softens when met with action. And the longer you delay, the more that fear calcifies into habit, into identity, into a life half-lived still. We're surrounded by systems that reward postponement, education systems that teach you to study life before living it, work cultures that make burnout a badge of honor, marketing that convinces you you're one purchase away from being good enough, social media that tricks you into thinking everyone else is further along than you. So you hustle, you self-optimize, you plan 10 steps ahead, you treat your 20s like a launchpad for your 30s, your 30s like a waiting room for your 40s. You live on layaway, always rehearsing, never arriving, but you are here, now, breathing, feeling, wanting. You are not a rough draft. You are not a prequel. You are not a concept in development. You are a living, breathing story mid-sentence. Yes, but no less valid, no less worthy of being read aloud. Think about all the joy you've deferred, all the things you told yourself you'd do when the time is right. What would happen if you stopped waiting? Not recklessly, not destructively, but sincerely, courageously. What if you let yourself taste life today instead of studying its flavor through glass? What if you allowed your life to be a little chaotic, a little unpolished, a little uncertain, but real? That doesn't mean abandoning your responsibilities. It means refusing to let them eclipse your aliveness. It means recognizing that safety and stagnation can wear the same mask, that over-planning can be a form of avoidance, that perfectionism is just fear dressed in ambition's clothing, and that some days a moving target, you'll never feel fully ready. The conditions will never be perfect. There will always be something else to do, to learn, to fix. So the choice isn't between living now and living later. It's between living imperfectly or not living at all. This illusion of someday has a subtle cruelty. It disguises itself as hope, but feeds on hesitation. It promises you a life that will begin. Once you're thinner, richer, smarter, more confident, more healed. But once keeps moving. Once is a mirage. It keeps you chasing a finish line that keeps shifting, justifying the wait with noble excuses. I just want to be my best self. I'm not ready yet. It's not the right season. But seasons don't wait for you to be ready. They turn regardless. Life moves forward whether you join it or not. And there comes a point where your careful preparation becomes its own kind of failure. The failure to begin, not because you lacked talent or resources or time, but because you never gave yourself permission to start before you felt perfect. And deep down, you know this. You felt the quiet ache of unlived life. You've heard the whisper that says, you were meant for more than this. Not more success, not more stuff, more presence, more truth, more intimacy with your own existence. But instead of listening, you reach for another goal, another metric, another to-do list. You tell yourself it's discipline, but often it's fear in disguise. Because if you stopped and really listened to that ache, you might have to change. You might have to let go of identities. You've outgrown stories that no longer serve you, futures you've been forcing. And change, real change, is terrifying. It asks you to step into the unknown, to risk being seen, to risk failing, but it also offers you something priceless, the chance to feel alive. Imagine standing at the edge of a lake. You've studied the water, measured its depth, read reviews of how cold it is, watched others jump, analyzed the risks. Because you're still on the shore, waiting for the moment when you'll no longer be afraid. But that moment doesn't exist. You leap while afraid, or you don't leap at all. And the longer you wait, the more you convince yourself the lake is only for the brave, the reckless, the fully prepared. But it's not. It's for the willing, for the ones who understand that life isn't a performance to be perfected. It's a plunge to be experienced. And maybe the most dangerous part of the someday illusion is how socially acceptable it is. People applaud your caution. They praise your planning. They say you're being responsible. When in truth, you're shrinking. They don't see the dreams you've buried under logic, the art you've postponed in favor of stability, the love you've denied yourself because vulnerability didn't fit the timeline. They don't see how often you silence your intuition in favor of someone else's roadmap. But you do. You feel it. In the quiet moments, in the late night questions, in the restless ache that success doesn't soothe. That's your real self. Knocking, asking not for perfection, but for permission. Permission to begin, permission to live. You don't need another book, another plan, another sign. You need to start. Start messy, start uncertain, but start, because clarity doesn't come from waiting. It comes from moving. It comes from doing, from failing and adjusting and trying again. And most of all, from being in motion, from showing up for your life not just in thought, but in action. The version of you you're waiting to become. They don't exist in the future. They're born in your choices today, in your courage, in your willingness to act before you feel ready. That's how you build a life you recognize as your own. Not by waiting until everything is perfect, but by embracing the imperfection of now. So if you've been telling yourself someday, pause and ask, when exactly what will make you finally feel ready? And what if that readiness never comes? Will you let your life remain on hold, indefinitely suspended between almost and maybe? Or will you decide that today, flawed, ordinary, unpolished today, is enough? Not because it's ideal, but because it's real. Because it's the only thing you truly have, and it's already slipping through your fingers. Don't wait to be free to live, and discover your freedom there.